We're in contact with aliens.
Like what kind of shit?
Here's what's happening, because it's not just one group of aliens.
What's the different groups?
The big five.
Okay, tell me what's going on.
Let me begin. Elves is the main group.
Okay.
And they call them the elves. It's clockwork elves.
I don't think you're allowed to say that anymore.
There are bad things that look like elves that have horns when they show you who they really are.
Damn.
AI is alien.
Like a robot?
Yep. The chimeras are alien.
And there's a hive mind sort of thinking to a lot of it.
It's a breakaway civilization, dude. We don't know what they got. Joe, they're control freaks.
Well, everybody's a
That's why I'm so glad you're in the fight now. You know, there's like armed guys with machine guns.
That is a group of people that were obsessed with combat.
Let's get started, shall we? Welcome to the stream, everybody. My name is Green Leader, and tonight we're going to be doing something a little different. We're going to be starting off a new game. It's called Assassin's Creed Shadows. It was just released today. And we're going to see... well, really, we're going to answer an important question. Does it suck? And that's the plan. So we're going to play some Assassin's Creed Shadows tonight. I've not launched it. I've not tested it. We're going to go into this and we're going to see everything.
Hello there.
Hey, Raw Dog. We're going to see everything as best we can live and show that on the stream. Because I am a big fan of the game. Title should have been, Does it Dookie? Okay. Shouldn't that mean, is it Dookie? What is it to do a Dookie? I don't know. But yeah, so anyway, as I was saying, I'm a very big fan of the Assassin's Creed series. I've played it since the very first game that came out back in 2007. And I played through the entirety of the mainline series, except for that spin-off one that is Assassin's Creed Mirage. Still actually a little bit behind on that. So, but I've played all of them. I've liked all of them. There are certainly ones that I've liked more than others, but you know, there's always been a bit of a, you know, variance in quality, and whether it comes to storytelling or whatever, but they've all been generally good. But with all the things that we've been hearing about the game leading up to its release, there have been lots of concerns. There have been lots of potential issues. Certainly the cultural ridiculousness that is to make Yasuke the playable character rather than having it properly a Japanese character, just like you have in every single other Assassin's Creed game, where depending on what culture and era they're covering, you're playing a character from that region and area. So it is, yeah. So there's so many issues that have been brought up with this, and I wanted it, rather than just only complain about it and never play it, particularly being such a big fan of it, I thought, let's check it out together. Let's do it on stream together. If it's horrible and I can show you guys how horrible it is and you guys don't necessarily buy it, awesome. If it's great and it ends up being the best Assassin's Creed game ever, I highly doubt it, but if it is, even better. Because I want it to be good. I want it to be good. I'm not here because I want it to be bad. I'm a big fan of the franchise. I want it to be good. So, but there are things that need to be addressed. There are things that need to be looked at, and I would like to see that. So that's what we're going to do. Does it shit the bed? Maybe. Your suggestion is stronger, though. True. I'm here for the impending rage. Yes, that is probably going to happen, Raw Dog. You'll probably get you'll probably get the salt you're looking for, because let's be honest, yeah, I'm probably going to be a little miffed. Probably. We'll see exactly what happens. So, and I do have a couple of examples of what we're going to be looking for. So, beyond the story and the character decisions of who you'll be playing as, there are other potential problems and concerns, particularly the bugs that we'll find in the game, and I've got a couple of examples of what we're talking about. As well as the potential, like, legitimately, like, Japan's actually kind of pissed about this game for a number of reasons. So, yeah. I admire you for taking the plunge on buying it and trying it, taking the bullet. We all avoid. Exactly. Thank you so much, Raw Dog. I really do appreciate it. And that is what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping to do a service. Not only do I allow myself to like actually investigate and see whether or not it's good and to my liking or not to my liking, because there have been plenty of times where people have said something's great and I'm like, what are you talking about? And there have been plenty of times where people say something's crap and I'm like, dude, I love that. What are you talking about? So I want to see, and particularly when it comes to something that I care about so much, I would like to see for myself. On top of that, you guys have actually allowed me to do it. The people who have subbed to the stream and who have been supporting me through all these years, even though it's not a lot of people, it has been enough for me to gather up some cash through the Twitch subscriptions and bits and all that stuff. And that's allowed me to gain enough cash that I was able to use that to buy the game. And so you guys are the ones I really need to thank for. You guys are the ones that have allowed me to do this, because it's allowed me to buy the game via the stream income. So I thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Mech Warriors, Mech Green. You said what? Correct. I love Mech Warrior. I love it a lot. I actually would very much like to check out clans. There have also been some concerns a bit about clans as well, when it comes to like some of the things that they decided to choose for clans. So I'd kind of like to go check out that game as well. But I also know I was a little late. I was a little late when it came to that game, so it is what it is. But I'm here on time, specifically for Assassin's Creed Shadow. So before we actually launch the game, because apparently you also need the Ubisoft launcher, which does make sense. They've generally done this for all their Ubisoft games that they've released on Steam, so I'm somewhat aware of it. So I haven't launched it yet, but I just wanted to go through some of the clips to show you some of the things that I have seen on Twitter, to show like the concerns and the issues that we've seen beyond just the story elements. So let me go through that and show you guys what I found. There's drops for watching you play this, skins for Tonto, headband, and an outfit. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Hey, Kami, how you doing? Oh no, well, good luck with this one. Thank you. Like I was saying, Kami, I don't know if you were here for me explaining why I'm doing this. I'm doing this, A, because I love the game, and I want to see for myself if it's good or not. And B, if it's not good, then the rest of you who are watching can actually see for yourselves that it's not good, and then be like, yes, I'm absolutely justified in not getting this game. So I'm trying to do a service here, and I hope you guys appreciate that. So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and switch over to the Twitter here, and I just want to show you some of the things we'll be on the lookout for. So far, I've not really seen a ton of like major bugs, but I have seen a core component of the Assassin's Creed franchise, which is the stealth mechanics. The stealth mechanics from this game look like they're warped, look like they're somewhat broken. And I'll show you some of the things that I've seen from Law Tiger and from Yellow Flash, both of them showing off videos that show just how warped it is. I stopped when Ubisoft went without releasing their games on Steam for a while. They backpedaled, but the damage was not. Sure, I can see that. To be honest, at the time, I didn't care, because generally their PC releases are horrible. Because I think the one that I bought on PC was Assassin's Creed Unity, and that one was a nightmare. It was poorly optimized, and even though I met the minimum requirements, it played like ass on my original PC that I had built. So I immediately decided, no, Ubisoft is not a PC publisher. They're just not. And so I just been focusing on using them or buying their games for console. And for years I've done that, to the point where like every single Assassin's Creed game I've bought on console except for this one and Mirage, which I have yet to buy. And so as a result, they've been a console game for me, and so I don't care whether or not they're on Steam or not, because they play better on consoles anyway. Ubisoft themselves have admitted that they would prefer you to play their games on console, partly because they are worried about DRM issues and people pirating their games and all that stuff. And so I think they intentionally poorly optimize their games for PC. So it's horrible, it's shitty, but it's that's what they do. It just is what it is, you know. I've been watching others stream it, and the English voice acting is some of the worst I've seen. Yes, that's one of the points I'm going to go over in a second. Maybe consider playing with a Japanese VA. I actually might go through. We aren't going to start tonight with that, but I might actually do that like halfway through my playthrough and go, I'm done with these horrible voice actors. Let's see how it sounds with the Japanese and versus what other languages they may or may not have, right? To all Greens affected, we all say we're sorry, right? Unity was a dumpster fire. Unity was a dumpster. Well, and I kind of understand why, because they had a legitimate engine change, and that's generally a problem. You know, that generally causes problems for them whenever they change engines. They have a hard time. It was the same thing when they switched from Assassin's Creed Revelations to 3. It was a buggy mess. Same thing when they switched from Unity to from Black Flag to Unity. Yeah. I'm actually surprised at how well Origins went, because Origins, at least when I played it, it wasn't very buggy. To be fair, I didn't buy it until like a year and a half later, so. Yeah, Unity had horrendous performance issues, which is sad because all their fixes, I'd say it's one of the best. Yeah, I might disagree with you there. I didn't like the story of Unity. I think the gameplay was actually really good, and I like some of the things that they changed, but I don't know if the story was a little lackluster. Hey, Giba, how you doing? Exactly, Kami. Shame they eventually fixed it, but everyone hated it by then. Yeah, exactly. Can't call Japanese people Japs anymore. True. Did I say Japs? I don't think I said Japs. I mean, technically you can. I don't know. So, love me. How you doing? How you doing, Gabe? I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Welcome to the shit show, because we're gonna be checking out a game that's probably going to be a shit show. In all honesty. So, by the way, if the music is a little too loud, I'm just gonna turn it down just a smidge more. No, wrong way. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of these actual horrible game mechanics. So this comes to us from Learning the Law. He says, here's the hardest difficulty in Assassin's Creed Shadows, a game from Ubisoft, a company renowned for stealth mechanics, stealth branches like Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell. So this is what we have to look forward to. Oh, wrong one. Did it stop you as well? It did stop you as well. Okay, well then I'll take that and I'll just start you manually. So as you can see, the character is just, that was also some weird music going on. The character's just moving around. Now, granted, to be fair, this is cheesing the guy a little bit, but he can clearly see her here, and he's not freaking out. How is the guard seeing the character and yet not actually being activated? Every other Assassin's Creed, including Valhalla, I've tested this with Valhalla. It works perfectly. When you're hiding, you can't be seen, but then when you're, it's very easy for you to be seen. So what the hell? No, repeat everything I typed. I will, damn it. Okay. That was funny as hell. Yes, it was. The gameplay in Unity is some of the best in the series, in my opinion. It goes back to AC1, where you have multiple ways of assassinations could play out. The parkour was also the best. I agree with you. I think the parkour in particular was the best. I think I still prefer the combat best in 4, because you had, like, they changed it to where you could counter, and then you could then follow it up with the attack, and then that would do the finisher. And so you could then change up, like, whether or not you're going to do a finisher with your main attack, or a finisher with your equipped item, or a finisher with, like, just grabbing and throwing. It was really cool the way they set that up, and I like that a lot. They kind of had that in Unity, but I think they took away the equipment counters, so it's really just counters with your weapons. Sorry. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. You're never gonna do that again. Jeepers, that was funny. Love you, Birmingham. Hey, I appreciate you, Gabe. I really do. I really do appreciate you hanging out. You're perfectly fine. And granted, I will generally read all the chats. I will generally read all the chats. I will also proofread, such that if I see something actually horrible, I'm pretty smart. Like, I've been streaming long enough to know that if I see something horrible, I'm generally not going to read it. Okay, so this guy's clearly playing on expert just to show. And what's happening? Oh, this guy kind of noticed her, but then lost contact because the character's now flat on the ground. Clearly, he can see her. What's hiding her? Nothing. And this guy's just walking around. So yeah, the stealth mechanics in this game seem kind of boring. Even now, he's not activated. What's going on? So I'm going to be looking for this. I'm going to be looking for this in the game. The other thing we're going to be looking for... Well, actually, here's just another example. I think this is probably a video from the same person. And he's got the link here to the original video. But look, crouch, like, if you were crouched in this position in any of the other games, they'd immediately see you. Like, there's zero chance that they'd be able, that the character would be able to get in that close.
You can't hide forever.
As you can see, this is kind of nonsensical.
Your path ends now.
The only time he saw her was when she was right at his feet.
I lost sight of them.
Clearly, there's clearly a problem with their stealth mechanics. And to be honest, it's very similar to the stealth mechanics that we saw in Star Wars Outlaws. Star Wars Outlaws had the exact same issue where the character was literally walking in front of the AI and the AI couldn't see her. So. I'm a bad girl. Giba, you're funny. Who's Green's favorite character? Namor. See, you said Namor. You didn't put the extra, R's in there to get the roll, so that's how I'm gonna say it. It's not like they've been making stealth games since 2008. Right. It's not like they have an entire franchise, like multiple. Like they got Splinter Cell, they've got the Assassin's Creed franchise, which all that has incredible stealth. They have on top of that, like the Ghost Recon series, which is like half stealth, half shooter. So, holy Batman, that's terrible vision detect. Exactly, right? Now I'm just trolling. I appreciate you. I do appreciate the troll, Giba. So this is what we're going to be looking for. We're going to be testing out the stealth mechanics. I do like the fact that they added in the Oblivion Skyrim soundtrack. I think this is actually Oblivion. But I think it's funny that they added the Oblivion soundtrack to cover this. And then where do they go? Away from the whistling. The character's whistling there, but they're going the opposite direction. What is happening here?
Killed not long ago. The shadow of Ikki.
Seriously? Okay. As you can see, there's problems with the stealth. Now, yeah, this was $70. Yes. For the standard edition, this was $70. That's what your $70 gets you. Broken stealth game. Okay, I gotta go. FAFO elsewhere. Hey, no worries. Have a wonderful night, but thank you for stopping by. I really do appreciate you. Have a wonderful evening. And then here's another one from Learning the Law. Here's your multi-million-dollar, twice delayed Assassin's Creed Shadows experience. Now, the execution, cool. The execution is cool. I will absolutely give them that. There's a problem with though. If you haven't seen this, this is...
Dude, just what the hell? Dude's walking around without a head.
Right.
What the hell? Okay, that's a first.
And I don't think he was able to actually kill the character.
Fuck.
No, he does not. He's headless and he's still walking around.
What is going on?
So we're gonna be looking for stuff like this as well. I don't know what other bugs we'll potentially find, but I'm sure we will find some, and they are going to be atrocious. Then going back to what we were talking about with the voice acting being as horrible as it is, let's check out this voice acting, shall we?
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too. Shiitake?
Mushrooms. The smell of dirt,
What?
grass, and grain.
That might be some... Now, granted, it's not a main character NPC. It's some nonsensical, like, just little, character that you can find that's just a merchant. But man, that's bad. That's, like, astronomically bad levels of voice acting. They might have even used AI for that. I don't know, but that's just bad. That's bad. That's boring. That's yeah. So it's not looking great. It's not looking great for Ubisoft. Well, at least you bought it on Steam, so you could refund it if it's completely broken. Can I be honest with you? I'm not going to refund it. I'm not going to refund it. Because I am going to play it. I want to play the entirety of the game. I want to be able to say that I've played it. I want to be able to point out all the bullshit, and I'm going to be taking highlights, and I'm going to be taking clips. I'm going to say, this is the nonsense that I found in the game. Okay? That is my plan. I'm going to be doing that so I can show just how bad this game is. A franchise that I love, a franchise that I've grown up with, a franchise that I've been playing since I was, gosh, how old was I when the first game came out? Like 19? So, yeah. Zombies, yes. It's getting Walking Dead up in here. That would actually be cool if they did an actual, you know, they could do like what Red Dead. What Red Dead Redemption released you know, their Undead Nightmare pack, their Undead Nightmare DLC. They could do something like that, but that's a bug, right? That's not a feature, that's a damn bug. And yeah, that's some bored voice acting. It makes Dragon Age, the Veilguard VA look like Citizen Kane. Yep. And that's saying something, man. I saw some of the VA in that game, and that game was certainly bad when it came to the VA and when it came to the dialogue that was actually presented. So yeah, we're in for a fun ride. Here's the next thing. Before we continue on, Japan's kind of pissed about this, and not necessarily for the reasons that you might think. Japan is actually pissed because Ubisoft took the shrines. They actually took the shrines without permission from, I don't know if they have to get permission from the Japanese government or if they have to get permission from the monks that run the shrine. But in order for any commercial product, including video games, to be able to represent their shrine, they have to get permission, and I'm sure they have to follow whatever requirements are put on them by the people who run the shrines. And they did not. And so this actually showed up in Japanese government. The address of Assassin's Creed Shadows issue at the National Diet of Japan with English subtitles. So we'll be able to watch this. Hopefully we'll be able to understand this a little bit. We'd like to ask you about the game Assassin's Creed Shadows, which has been the talk of the town recently. I'll read them out. This is about Assassin's Creed Shadows, or about a game software produced by the French company Ubisoft, which is due to release tomorrow, March 20th. Ubisoftの
ゲームソフトのアサシンクリードシャドウズにですね、ついてなんですけど、海外で先行
Advanced demo play video has been uploaded on YouTube overseas.
YouTube でアップされておりまして、それを
Yeah, like the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, yeah.
イタテ氷図シュラインと実名で
Let's go. I missed it here. We've seen that it is marked with the actual name of the shrine, the Itate Hyozu Shrine. I don't know if I said that 100% correctly, but you get my point. It's named with the actual name of the shrine. So they represented the shrine and its actual name, so it's not like there's any confusion as to what it is. The actual so they've done it for multiple shrines. The Harimano Kuni Sosha Itahe Hyozu Shrine in Himeji, Hyogo Prefecture, which is the area of my political. So this guy's a representative from that area. Main character in the game, a supposed samurai, wields a samurai sword and drums and altars used in rituals. See, and this is why I wanted to read it, because he goes, the text goes super quickly. Anyway, the main character in the game, a supposed samurai, wields a sword and drums and altars used in rituals at a sacred sites in shrines. Mirrors in which the spirit of the gods dwell, etc., are destroyed.
階段を粉砕しまして、
They don't like the fact that players can go in and actually legitimately like mess up what is considered a sacred site in Japan.
そして境内にいる
And then they attack the people who come to pray at the shrine and the
法の
priests,
民や神職とお持ちき人物などを切りつけ、弓を射ったり
shooting bows, etc. Violent acts of violence take place. One would think violent acts of violence are yes. Sorry.
私はこの話
Then I heard about this. When I heard about this, I spoke to the chief priest of the shrine, as it is an issue in my hometown.
ちょっと地元の神社でもありますので、直接宮司さんにお話を伺いました。当該ゲーム
Ubisoft did not apply to the shrine for any permission for commercial use of the
神社
name.
に対しまして、名称の使用許可
Yeah,
の
right.
連絡
Right, exactly. But it's not real, it's fantasy. It's very disrespectful. It is very disrespectful. Absolutely.
は一切なかったということであります。他にも
Other issues include Todaichi Temple, Nara, Tomb of the Emperor in Nintoku,
奈良の東大寺などの寺社や
or Tomb of the Emperor Nintoku.
いわば具体
It is a concrete visual representation of an object that actually
的な映
exists.
像とか肖像がですね、無許可で
All are used for the unauthorized commercial
さ
purposes.
れております。本日はですね、
Today we have the State Minister of Economy, Masaki Oguchi.
大串正樹経産副大臣にお越しいただいておりますが、国内外
The number of users, both domestic and international, who enjoy gaming is increasing year by year. Okay.
問わず
Okay.
ゲームを楽しむユーザーというのは年々増加しておりますが、ゲーム等における
We'd like to know your views on the unauthorized use of the images of facilities and objects that require a permit for commercial use, for example, in
こういう施
games.
設の映像などをですね、無許可で使用することについてご見解をお伺いしたいと思います。
経済産業省大串副大臣。
And then they call for the deputy minister.
お答えいたします。
Says he'll
一般的な
answer.
ゲーム
In general, game production,
まして現存する
it's only natural to ask permission for the person or organization that owns the intellectual property when making commercial use of existing proper nouns, likenesses, etc.
商用利用する際には、その知的財産を有する個人や団体等に許可を得る必要があるものと認識をしております。知的財産を無許
Cases of unauthorized commercial use of intellectual property are discussed between the parties
可
concerned.
されているケースにお
Pretty
きまして
basic
は個別の事情によるものであるため
legal response here.
同社間で協議されるものと承知をしております。その
As a result, if there is any consultation from the victim's side, including shrines, we will take appropriate action in cooperation with the relevant ministries. So, Ubisoft might actually be in some legal trouble here. This is the other interesting part. Ubisoft might actually be in some legal trouble here with Japan. Just got here. Have to say the graphics look amazing. Right? Didn't know samurais use ties. Yes. So we were going over some of the issues, some of the bugs we'll be looking for in the game, some of the bad voice acting, other things like that. And then I just wanted to show the concerns and the potential problems that's actually going to be coming Ubisoft's way, because actually Japan's kind of pissed about this game. And one of the things that they're pissed about is the use of the shrines, particularly the use of the shrines with its real name, basically in a somewhat accurately depicted setting, and then allowing the player to be able to just destroy it and kill anybody who's going to said shrine, right? These places are somewhat sacred to the Japanese people. And so the Japanese government's kind of saying that because, and they're saying that Ubisoft did not get permission for that. Because Ubisoft did not get permission, they're saying that actually there might be some potential legal issues coming up.
上で神社側等から
They say we'll take appropriate action. He's not saying exactly what it is, but that might be an issue.
関係省庁と連携しつつ適切に対応してまいりたいというふうに思います。
加田博之君。
ありがとうございます。今の答弁
So they call the guy who was speaking originally, who's bringing up this issue. Says that was the current
あり
answer.
ましたようにですね、やっぱり無許可で使用する
After all, unauthorized commercial use is never acceptable, right?
いけないことだと思いますし、本当にこのことについては
I'll be keeping a close watch on this
し
issue.
っかりと注視していきたいと思っております。それでですね、それに
There are problems associated with this, obviously.
まあコロナ禍の影響
The impact of the corona disaster, which I don't know what the corona disaster is, has also faded. I'm curious. Hold on, what's the Corona disaster? Oh, I am gonna have to do this because I'm already in. Hold on. Disaster, because I'm not familiar with that. Deputy Minister San. Hi. Yes, right. Yeah. It's very, very, very Japanese culture there. But is that up to the player? I think the issue is regardless of the corona, as in coronavirus. I see. They're calling it the Corona disaster. That's interesting. Regardless of whether or not that's up to the player, the fact that they are depicting it and allowing the player to be able to do that, particularly without the permission of the shrine, there's potential legal concerns that's going to be coming from Japan. If I think they could have gotten around this by not using the proper name, and that might actually be what ends up happening. They might actually end up having to change the name of the shrines to not match the name of the real life place, if that makes sense. You should check out the reviews on the game on Metacritic. Maybe we will. Like, this is something you have to do in the game, or you can because it's similar to saying that GTA was about killing Okay, hold on. There is a difference. I agree with you. The issue is not so much that it's the killing of people who are going. It's the killing of people who are going to a legitimate, real shrine that was taken without permission. They did not get permission to use that shrine, to use the name, to use the shrine, and to try and depict that as the real shrine. They did not get permission to do that. They actually, under Japanese, from what I can tell, under Japanese law, they have to get permission to use that specific shrine and to use the full legal name for it. VGA 247 gave it a 100, and their first sentence is, there are problems with the game. If there are problems with the game, it's not a 100. Period. Like, for me, like, my own, like, review ideology is that almost no game can be a 10. There's not a single 10 out of 10 game, because every game has some problems. Can't you kill the Pope in another assassin? No. You actually, you do fight the Pope. You cannot kill the Pope. I'm pretty sure the Catholic Church is a real thing. Agreed. You can't kill the Pope. Also, I believe that they actually are still required to go and get and again, to be fair, it's Japanese law versus other countries' law. I'm sure they would probably have to go and get permission to actually use those live or to use those places by the people who run those places, right? So, yeah. Don't kill people. Don't kill the Pope, but you do fight him. Correct. You do fight him. And I'm sure that they were, again, I'm sure that they were required to get permission to allow them to use that location. So, already love the stream idea so much and have been here for 10 seconds. Great idea. Thank you. Thank you, Lou. I appreciate it. Plague Tale, Innocence, let you fight and kill the Pope, I think. Interesting. Yeah, I misremembered Assassin's Creed 2 finished with you punching the Pope in the church. Right. I don't know. I don't think artists have to ask permission for stuff. I think artists do have to ask for permission to use essentially real life buildings. I think they are required to get permission to use real life buildings. And I think that's where this is coming. This is coming from an issue of there's a legal precedence here set in Japan, in at least Japanese law. Now, maybe that's not the case in other locations, but I know that at least in Japanese law, they have it. They have certain requirements for if you want to display a real place with its real name, you need to actually get permission to use it. Now, like I said, what they will probably end up doing if this becomes an actual legal problem for them, they will just change the name. They'll change the name that is displayed in the game. But again, this is actually pissing off Japanese people, and I think that's the point that I'm trying to show here, is that actually the Japanese people are actually kind of pissed about this game. I understand that it might be illegal, but what I'm saying is that's BS. Maybe. There's a lot of BS laws out there, unfortunately, yeah. So that is my point of showing this. So before we continue, and so before anybody says anything like, oh, well, maybe you're, because I'm betting there's going to be some bugs. I'm betting there are going to be some performance issues. Betting there are going to be action, because again, from my experience, Ubisoft generally has a bad record for their performance issues. I wanted to quickly show what they're stating as the requirements and tell you what I've got currently. So for their minimum requirements, they have the Intel Core i7-8700K and the AMD Ryzen 5 3600. 16 gigs of RAM. For the graphics, they are going for 1070, 8 gig, or the AMD Radeon 5700X. 8 gig model, or the Intel Arc A580. That's so interesting to see an Intel Arc thrown into the... That's very interesting. Okay. For their recommended, that was minimum. For their recommended, it's the Intel Core i5-11600K and the AMD Ryzen 5 5600X. That is my processor, the Ryzen 5 5600X. The memory is 16 gigs. I've got like 32 gigs, I believe. And then for the graphics, they are recommending the 3660 Ti from NVIDIA. They're recommending the 6700 XT, 12 gigabyte from Radeon. And they're recommending the Intel Arc B580 12 gig with rebar on. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. So on my end, I've got the AMD Radeon 6750 XT. So if there are bugs, it's not because of hardware issues. It's because they themselves, because my hardware issues meet, if not exceed, their recommended. So yeah. Yeah, the argument is copyright there, and there's more to the video. I mean, we're only two or 3 minutes in, but there's more to it. Like I can use Mickey Mouse because the copyright is more than 100 years, but you can get into legal issues for building that's 100 years old. Again, Japanese law is different than American law, American copyright law. Yes. This could be very bad. Yeah, this isn't horrible. It's very curious how it would run on that minimum system. Yeah. Sounds like politicians. Yes, but also we've seen a bunch of Japanese people bitching about it on Twitter. We've seen a bunch of yeah. We have actually legitimately seen a bunch of Japanese people complaining about the game on Twitter, complaining about the choice of the main character, complaining about a bunch of different problems. Why are we dismissing that? Come on, man. I understand. I understand. This is absolutely but the mere fact that this is being brought up, like I don't know of any other game that's been brought up in Japan like this, in political stuff like this. So as if Ubisoft being a garbage company for the last 10 years wasn't enough to hate them. True, 100% true. But the issue, again, like I'm saying, like I'm a big fan of the franchise. I want the game to be good, but the game seems to be making missteps on every level. The game seems to have major problems with the stealth mechanics. The game seems to have major problems with bugs, and on top of that, it's actually pissing off the country that they're supposed to be representing here. So, like, they could restrict sale of it, break their law. Yeah, exactly, and I think that's what they potentially would. So, okay, so we did that. I do want to take a look at the Metacritic scores based off of what Kami was saying. So let's take a look at Metacritic. There we go. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Let's see how this is looking. So let's take a look at the PS5. Now, this is all according to the critic reviews. So they're all giving it very high scores. Well, okay, a bunch of them are giving it very high scores. The average is 81. VG 247, there are problems. Immediately, 100. That seems a little odd to say there are problems and then say it's 100. That's a little bizarre. Digital Chumps, Assassin's Creed Shadows allows Japan to breathe life into a series that has hinged its reputation on tradition. It represents a culmination of the work laid out in Origins, but never stumbles over its own side. Okay. I see some pretty big stumbling here, where they're not even able to properly represent or properly handle their own stealth mechanics. So, Yeah. Checkpoint Gaming. Don't know about that. Combo Info. Games. Games Spew. Games Hub. Let's see where there's IGN Brazil. Assassin's 9 out of 10. Assassin's Creed Shadows takes players to feudal Japan on an intense journey of revenge and honor. With Neo and Yasuke, the game balances stealth and brutal combat. Again, the combat looks like it could be good. I'm not saying that certainly can't be good, but certainly the stealth mechanics seem broken right now. And maybe they'll fix it over time, which I'm sure they will. So, can we all admit that we'd have people screaming in the streets cultural appropriation a decade ago, but the same people who could have done that then are now at it? Yeah. 100%. And I think that's part of the reason why I'm trying to show this. So, but yeah, this seems rather interesting that they're giving it a 9 out of 10 when we are clearly seeing reports from a bunch of different people that the stealth mechanics are kind of broken right now. And yet they're saying, oh no, it's beautiful, it's amazing, the stealth mechanics and the combat is so wonderful. So, PSX, what they give it based on Neo's strength as the protagonist, which from everything I've seen, she's kind of poorly written. So I don't know about that. And the renewed focus on stealth gameplay. Again, do I have to keep re-showing this? Dude's literally looking at her in one attack. And again, for this one specifically, he's playing on expert for both combat and stealth. Tech Radar. Assassin's Creed Shadows, massive success, winning combination of stealth and steel. So, it's interesting to see. My only problem, so I don't want to necessarily go to the user reviews because you're... That's interesting. What about for Xbox? What about for Steam? I wonder if they've shut down reviews. That could be a thing, but we can see on here. Now, interestingly enough, the reviews are very positive, so we'll have to see how things go. And this is the reason why I'm also playing it. I'm playing because I want to see if what's being reported is true. I want to see if the issues are real issues or if they're nothing. This is why I'm wanting to play it. All the people who made fun of people crying about cultural appropriation are now making a big deal of it. If it's in Japan. Those scores are suspicious. I would agree. To be fair, like a lot of that's on Metacritic is all about because they do everything out of 100. So they'll actually like I know IGN doesn't give a 90. They give 9 out of 10, but they convert that into their own scale, which is 0 to 100. So there's that. But a lot of these scores are ridiculously high considering all the all of the things that we've seen so far of how buggy it is. So, yeah. And yeah, you're right. I will absolutely say fair point, Kalila. But also at the same time, I would also then argue that Assassin's Creed has tried to, do a good job of representing the cultures that they've shown. And this seems to be them dropping the ball. Yeah, like I'm condemning basically every single depiction of my culture in America media has been super disrespectful. If we complain, they call snowflakes. Really? I've not really seen that. Games typically get reviewed more on PS5 than anything else, which would make it the most accurate score. Interesting. I did not know that. At least accurate in terms of, what the reviewers are doing. Also, I'm pretty sure even to this day, nobody has any clue where the Metacritic scores come from. Well, I mean, it comes, right? The Metacritic scores generally come from a bunch of different, outlets, I think is the right term. IGN, GameSpot, VG247, and my only issue with this is that a lot of these seem like there's stuff that I've never seen before. I've never heard of GameSpew. I've never heard of Games Hub. I've never heard of Hate Poor Player. I've never heard of Hobbies Colossus. I've never heard of. No, I have heard of PSX. I have heard of Tech Radar. 6 Axis. I have heard of some of these, but I think we're gonna get a bunch of different. A bunch of different reviews here as well because they seem to like just bring them all in, regardless of whether or not they're a large, what's the word? A large outlet or not, right? Like, I've never heard of Game Limer. There's Games Radar Plus. They're giving an 8 out of 10. I still think that's high considering the stuff that we've seen, but that's a little bit more realistic. Assassin's Creed Shadow thrives on boldness. Its dual protagonists improve on the series' stealth-driven roots. How? We've had dual protagonists before. We've had that with Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and I actually didn't like that, to be honest. I felt like it actually made the story a lot more disjointed. So, I don't know. Again, stealth. I'm going to keep going back to that video. Like, the stealth seems broken. Stealth seems very broken. So, yeah. Yeah, it's unknown weighted algorithm. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's even part of the game creation. They made a big deal to say the whole team was multicultural stuff. Yeah. Dual protagonists just don't work with these games, in my opinion. I agree with that. Yeah, I remember seeing a video of a guy who investigated about this critics outlet and was quite strange and obscure origin. Yep. Yeah, I mean that's why I generally don't go off of the Metacritic stuff, because the Metacritic stuff, like, there's so many different there's so many. Here's the other interesting. I'm seeing, like, that's now the third. I see IGN France. I see IGN Belanu, which I think that's another French one. Is that another French one, or the hell's Belanu? The hell's Belanu? What? Benelux. I'm sorry. I'm completely butchering that. I can't read. Let's just say that. I can't read. It's this tiny little country here. In fact, it looks like it's two. Between France and Holland? Is that what that is? It's interesting. Political Economic Union Alliance and its formal international intergovernmental cooperation of 3 neighboring states: Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. Oh, interesting. The name is a portmanteau formed from joining the first letters of each country's name and was first used to name the customs agreement that initiated the union. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, Benelux Union. That's interesting. Anyway, I think you see what I mean. Like, they have, like, a bunch of different... there we go. IGN Germany, or Deutschland. But then look at this. Stevivore? What the hell's Stevivore? What the hell's PlaySense? What the hell's... Push Square, I know. But Radio Times, Slant Magazine. Actually, I think I've heard of Slant. I have heard of The Gamer. Twinfinite, yep. It seems like the lower the score we get, the more stuff I'm recognizing, like The Guardian, PlayStation Universe, sure. IGN's yet another IGN. There's like 6 different IGNs. Like, I found... So, there's Benelux. There's IGN Germany, so that's 4. How many of these are IGN? And they're all weighting it to 8. Like, almost all of them gave it an 8, except for the one gave them a 9. So, please do not read this out loud or acknowledge the next. Okay. Okay. I didn't even see the follow because I was just okay. Okay. To me, the dual protagonist just means 2 playthroughs. Kind of, like, because this is the thing. Did you ever play Assassin's Creed Syndicate? I can kind of see where you're going with that, but I think the problem was that throughout the playthrough, there were missions that only one character could play and missions that only the other character could play. So it's not like there was an issue of, and then there were missions that you could both play together, and there really wasn't a difference as to whether or not which character you could choose, right? Never heard of this place. Very interesting, right? Like 90% of the reviews are probably AI. And that's the other thing. I wonder about that too, because there has been people talking about that, of a lot of these outlets are now using AI to write things, like to write entire articles and things like that. I would not put it past any of these people to essentially just use, and there's another IGN, to just use AI to write their reviews. Another IGN. IGN Italia. Despite its attempt at innovation, Assassin's Creed Shadows ultimately feels quite familiar in too many ways. Story, while somewhat fragmented, remains enjoyable for most of its duration thanks to a well-developed protagonist and good supporting cast. The gameplay introduces some interesting ideas, but repetitive nature. This seems a lot more like well thought out. This seems like a lot more. But again, where's it coming from? It's not coming from proper IGN. It's coming from IGN Italia. And even then, that still feels a little high for it. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. I could keep going on and on and on with this. I find that actually rather fascinating. Here's where we start getting into the lower scores. Hardcore Gamer, I remember. Don't know that. Game Blog France. Game 8. The New York Times. Wow. The stories of vengeance in Assassin's Creed Shadows are eclipsed by the game's quieter moments, traversing feudal Japan on galloping horseback and visiting magnificent shrines. That doesn't sound like a 6.5. It's so bizarre to see like how some of the bad scores, like it's written as if it's great, and how some of the good scores are like, yeah, there's some problems. So it's just weird. Yeah, Jacob sucked in Syndicate, in my opinion. That's true. I actually did not like playing as Jacob. I played most of my time as Evie. He was terrible at stealth, which is usually where they draw the line between the two, just like with Shadows, yeah. The game is mediocre. I hate it. It slept with my wife. 9.5 out of 10. Right? Right? That's certainly what the very first one I read. Is this one. There are problems. First words. The first words. There are problems with Assassin's Creed Shadows. 100. 10 out of 10. The first sentence is there are problems. Like this is not the score of a 10 out of 10. This is a score of, say, an 8 out of 10. This is something that I would certainly say. Despite some problems, this game is enjoyable and fun to play. 7 or 8 out of 10. That's what if I were reviewing it, that's what I would give it. So, yeah. At least most of these seem like, oh yeah, they're fairly well written. But then the problem is that they all say the same things. They all say, yeah, it's so great, it's wonderful, it's got great stealth, it's a great combination of stealth and action. And then I show you the stealth, how the stealth is actually broken. And I'll keep going back to this because I'm sorry, the Assassin's Creed title is a stealth action game. And when you've got, like, how is he not seeing her there? Just because she's crouched, she's in the sunlight. It's not like she's in the shadow. Excuse me, in the corner somewhere. So, we're going to experiment. We're going to see. I think I'm done showing all this other stuff, so we're just going to go ahead and minimize that. We're going to go ahead and switch back over to the actual game scene itself. I'm just going to have this up because I don't know what I may or may not need to get this up and running, and I may have to type in some passwords. So, yeah, you can just smell the access journal. Yeah, and that I think for me is like a big problem as well. Like access journalism, essentially just ignoring all the faults and just giving out the review that they were paid to give. You know, no better depiction of perfection than several problems. I know, right? It's funny. It's entertaining. I don't know. I think that's funny that they're yeah, perfect game problems. So bizarre. Anyway, let's go ahead and launch this. It's probably gonna bring up the Ubisoft player. It's probably gonna whine at me, you need to sign in, because I haven't launched the Ubisoft player in a while, because so I used to play the Division 2 with a buddy of mine, and then I also used to play a bit of Far Cry 6 on there. It's enjoyable. I like Far Cry 6. It's not perfect, but it's a fun game. So I'm just going to go ahead and launch it. I'm going to see what happens. It'll probably bring up the Ubisoft launcher. We'll see. I know you guys can't see it, and I'm sorry, but I haven't had the chance to actually like really go through and set up the stream for all this. That's why I say we're doing it live. I need to get that clip actually. Yep, that's exactly what I thought. Yeah, so Ubisoft is going to whine at me that I need my password to log in, just to show you, just to make sure you guys can see it. I'm not going to show me typing it in, but I can at least show you guys what I'm talking about here. Let me just move that down so I can do that. As you can see, the moment I try to launch it, it brings up the Ubisoft Connect. It's trying to get me to log in. So, yeah. So, we're going to go ahead and just try and figure out exactly what I need to do to get logged in. I minimized you. I didn't shut you down. Where did you go? Do I have to launch you again? Oh my gosh. Did you do this to me? Okay, I'll just manually launch Ubisoft and do it that way. I'm a weirdo because my favorite Far Cry is 2. Oh, I love 2. 2 was like 2 had its problem again. 2 had its problems, but it was so fun. But again, my only complaint was that the checkpoint system was driving me nuts. The fact that you could go and take out a checkpoint and then you drive off the map, off of that chunk of the map into the other chunk, and then be like immediately, hey, yeah, the moment you come back here, we're repopulated again. And so if you had to go back and forth between the spot, like in quick succession, it was rather obnoxious to do that. That was my only complaint. I thought it was really cool to have the game set in Africa. I thought it was really cool to show off sort of like the different warlords and type of factions that you'd see. There's some really cool aspects to that game. Wasn't perfect, but it was fun. I played on PC. I played in PC, so I could save at any moment. I wonder if PC also had like a better way of handling that, because I played on console. I played on the Xbox 360, and I wonder if the Xbox 360 couldn't handle the memory management at the time, or at least they didn't know how to handle the memory management at the time to be able to say there's not going to be anybody there anymore. So, I'm trying to remember what my actual login was. And okay, good. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Now, Lou, I gotta ask you, why don't you want me to call out the follow? I didn't know you had a Twitch on here, sir. For that. But I think that's cool. I think that is very cool. Does it mean what I think it means? Are you gonna start doing some live streaming stuff, sir? I would like to know. In PC, you just pause and save at any moment. Weirdly, it also had the blue things to save manually for no reason. That's it. I wonder if they could not actually, or if they weren't willing to make like a PC version or they, I mean, they clearly did, but maybe they're just like, we don't want to actually change the environment for the PC version. We only want to just add the menu option for it. I thought you were recording for YouTube. So I am streaming for YouTube. Yes, so the stream will be there, and then at some point I'll go in and I will go in and make highlights and things like that. And whether I do that through Twitch or through stream, I don't know, but we'll see. I just secured all the handles for the channel. Eventually we'll live stream there. Dude, that's cool. That's cool. I'm very happy for you, man. I've been enjoying watching them, although I still need to catch up. Each time I watch your batches up to like what's current. And then within a couple days, I'm behind by like 10 or 15 videos, which is ridiculous, man. How many of those are you putting out now? Anyway, I appreciate it, man. An hour and we haven't played the game, so I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get what I need to sign in. Uno momento, por favor, and then we'll get this launched. Do. I love the Mech Warrior music. It's so good. It made saves. It made safe houses completely pointless. Oh yeah. Besides getting some loot. Yep. I think there were some requirements. So like I think if you died, you spawned at a safe house, or if you were saved by a companion, they would take you to the safe house as well, which I think was cool. Like it's a cool idea. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Make sure I can see what I'm looking at here. I don't know why my restream preview is just paused. Okay, bullshit. Oh, that is, yeah, okay. Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. There we go. Oh, great. Now I gotta sign into my sign into my email to get the verification code. Oh, the nonsense I have to go through to get this going. Yeah. So there's the login. Once it's logged in, I will then try and launch again. Play it now in Ubisoft Plus. No. Okay. So I'm going to close you, and then I'm going to relaunch the game, and let's... Nope. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Here we go. Let's hope it works. There we go. We've got a launch screen. Preparing to launch your game. Synchronizing data. Okay, let's see if we can't... That's weird. Okay, it is loading. It's giving you the warning. Please read before playing. Blah blah blah. Very small percentage of play individuals. Blah blah blah. It's light patterns. Blah blah blah. Ubisoft. We've got Ubisoft now. Okay. Powered by Anvil. I'm sorry you guys can't see this yet. Let me see if I can't scooch over to here. Get the game feed up and running. Yes! Up and running. Here we go. I love the Assassin's Creed theme too. Like just the original theme for the Assassin's Creed games were just wonderful. Amazingly composed. I'm gonna do that and then shut down the web browser because that doesn't need to be up anymore.
Press X to enable narration.
Okay. Okay. I was putting out like 3 to 5 per day, but that doesn't seem to suit the algorithms. Once or twice a day seems to be best, so I've tried that out the past few days. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think once or twice is going to be your better option. Yeah, and the 3 to 5 per day seems like it might be too much. Like the algorithm might say you're putting out too much, you know, which is weird. And maybe that depends on like what platform you're on too. So what's the over under? Hold on. To me, Assassin's Creed 1 is very much like Far Cry 2, mechanically not the best, but I will forever love those. Yeah, same, 100% same. So what's the over under if Tencent buys out Ubisoft after this? I think, man, that really depends. That really depends. I don't know, man, because there's a couple of different options. It could be a matter of they go fully private and they end up doing their own thing, but then they have to get an angel investor or something like that to help them weather this potential financial storm. Or Tencent essentially comes in with a very lucrative offer and says, hey, we'll buy you. We'll buy your IPs, one of the two. I don't know. This song in Assassin's Creed 2, where you go to the roof with your brothers up there, was my favorite score in the video game. I'm 100% with you. And this is what I say, like, I love the franchise. It's been one of my favorites for a long time. Performance information. Based on your GPU, we've set the game to run at 60 FPS for optimal performance. Thank you. You can adjust the setting at any time in the options menu. Oh, thank you. Image calibration, configure SDR brightness, contrast, blah, 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 blah. Voice language is English. Text language is English. We might change that. What options do we have? We have French, Espanol, Portuguese, Japanese, Italian, and Dutch. We might switch over to the Japanese voiceover later on through the gameplay, or through the playthrough, but for right now, we're going to be sticking with English. Oh, and it looks like you have to download them? Hold on. Oh, sorry, this is image cam. Oh, yes, we'll have to come back and do this for a second. Okay, so the game comes automatically with Dutch, or not Dutch. The game comes automatically with Italian and English. My brain's not functioning anymore. Japanese and English, my gosh. Okay, so, yeah, like I say, at some point we might switch over to Japanese. For once, I welcome our new Tencent overlords. Maybe their regime, maybe glorious and eternal, just in case. Just in case, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's quickly go to the. Well, I'm curious. Oh, all it is just a hey. We're gonna put that there. So no, I don't want it. For once, I actually don't think this really needs to be changed all that much. I might actually give it just a little bit more contrast. And I don't really deal with the HDR stuff or anything like that. Not supported by my system. Oh well. Which is weird because again, like my system like matches what they've set up. Maybe it's just maybe it's a OS setting or something. I don't know. Whatever. This also seems like a waste of like why aren't we just completely drumming the game soundtrack right now with the Assassin's Creed theme. We've already gone over how just amazing it is. So, captions are by default. Yeah. We'll leave that on. Well, I'm just gonna leave that on default. UI. I can read that just fine. Do you guys want? It looks like it. Looks like it might be a little small on the preview. I might up this just a little bit, just so you guys can see the writing of the UI and whatnot. You have to enable HDR on the OS level, and it must be supported by your monitor. I see. Thank you for that, Lou. Appreciate it. I have no idea about the stuff. Colors, presets. Bright green blindness. That's cool. That's cool. Blue, yellow. Interesting. It says blue yellow blindness, but then they've got a bunch of blue and yellow in there. Am I going crazy? So we'll leave it on default. Simplify. No, we're not doing simplify control. In fact, I really should be doing this. Sensitive content on. Dismemberment, blood effects. We are leaving that on. Yes. Okay. I hope that means that there's no nudity. That's my one complaint. I actually don't care about the nudity that's in games. Can we not? Turn on to reduce in-game motion effects. Motion blur is disabled. Screen shakes. I don't mind screen shake. I want motion blur off. Options affected by this can be individually modified at any time in the options menu. So we'll do that later. We'll confirm that. I love games set in other countries that allow you to change the language. Like, I love Sleeping Dogs, but I would have loved to play the whole game in Chinese, not in broken English. Yeah. Same with the Stalker games. I would have preferred the original language. I agree.
A beautiful place, isn't it? A fresh sea breeze, the warm sun. This beach belongs just to you. It doesn't exist out in the world. Everything you see here is from the past.
They're selling the Animus.
Past.
Yep, they are selling the
Animus.
Animus.
One of your ancestors visited this place long ago, forever writing their memory into the fabric of your DNA. Animus ego
I can't pause it, unfortunately, but
for you.
Yeah.
To sense, wander, and connect. Like grains of sand which began as rocks, you have been shaped by these past lives, honed into who you are today.
You're being lied to.
Your journey to mindfulness begins through these ancestral memories for a total
I wish I could pause actually right
what
now.
What makes you you?
New memory streams are activating now.
Erase self-doubt, fear, and weakness. Give yourself the confidence to conquer the world.
Follow the trail and we will be in touch. Welcome to the dark.
And I'm sorry, the game audio is going to be a little bit loud right now. I can't change anything. I can't affect the audio. The store, the Animus. What can I do with the Animus? Memories, projects, exchange, vaults. This what? Oh, you can replay the... Oh, that's kind of cool. What is this? Oh, these are the different... Okay. What? What? I suppose this is the sort of like stuff you can get by doing the different things. Okay. Where's the... there's the options. Thank you. Okay. First things first. We're going to go to audio. I'm going to turn this down. I'm going to stick with 30 for right now. We'll change it as we go through. Everything else should be fine. Focus mix. Amplify important gameplay sounds while reducing ambient noise. We'll see about that. Can't pause in cutscenes. 9 out of 10. Right. To be fair, it's the opening cutscene. I kind of get it, but it's just I kind of hate that they didn't give me an audio option in that beginning settings, because that always needs to be changed straight away. Every single PC game I have ever bought, I have always had to drop the audio down to about 30% to make sure it's not blowing out my eardrums. Safe zone stuff, that's fine. Text, fine. For the video, I do want to change a couple things. Field of views, 100%. What? 100%? What do you mean 100%? Where's the degrees? Increasing the value may affect performance to avoid stretching. Yeah. No, I don't. I want this to be playing on what my normal resolution is, please. Thank you. And then the frame rate limiter. I don't really care all that much about that. Upscaler. Frame generation off. Choose the frame generation method for enhancing performance. This technique analyzes the visual output of the game and generates additional frames, resulting in a higher frame rate. Weird. Okay. Motion blur immediately off. Thank you and goodbye. Yes. Apply these changes. So in your opinion, which AC game was the stumbling point of the series, if you think there was? I mean, there have been a couple of stumbling points. There have been a couple of problems with, or a couple of problem games, in my opinion. I think the first one was probably Brotherhood. Even though I know a lot of people liked it, in my opinion, it should have been a part of 2. It should have absolutely been a part of 2. Revelations, they had some weird stuff with the way that, like, Revelations was a bit obnoxious in terms of how the story was built, because the story was kind of forgettable. Like, to this day, I don't know what the actual story is of like the actual like in-game story of why Ezio is in Constantinople. I don't understand why he's there. He's there to look for something. I think he's getting like the apple that's there, and then you get this, like, the ending was nice. So you had a nice little ending with Altair and Ezio both having the apple at the same time, and then interacting with each other and with Desmond, which I thought was kind of interesting. 3 had like major bug problems. Again, engine change, kind of understandable. They were trying to push the sailing mechanic, but they failed a little bit, let's be honest. 4 was, in my opinion, the new high. Like, that was my new... 4 was probably the new high for me. Like, that was the best one, but it was certainly the weakest Assassin's Creed story, because, like, Edward Kenway is not an assassin for, like, a good 80% of the game. He finally ends up joining the Assassins, and even then he's not exactly a true assassin. It's weird. It was an interesting story, though. I enjoyed it a whole lot more than 3. Me, the AC game that felt kind of unnecessary was Revelations. Yes, exactly. I loved 3 a lot, though. I liked 3 a lot, too, but 3 had some major bug problems. AC3 would be mine. The way they ended the modern day story was horrible. It was, it almost killed the series for me. A lot of people have said that, and I think Ubisoft came out recently and said something along those lines, that for them, at the time they didn't think it, but they realized that actually that hurt the franchise a bit. Yeah, Kami's right about the ending of the modern day story. Yep, 100%. I think that's why they ended up bringing back the Layla stuff. Why they ended up bringing back a modern day protagonist like they did with Layla, which she's not a horrible protagonist. They do get a little bit girl bossy with her in Odyssey, but yeah, I think she's a very interesting protagonist. That's not to say I don't like the games after Black Flag, Unity, after yeah, exactly, and Origins were all great. Yeah. Also, the betrayal of Lucy felt so out of nowhere. True, but it was like a really interesting twist. I didn't hate that. I was surprised. Like, it certainly took me for a shock. It's like all of a sudden, bam, he stabs her, and you're like, "What the hell just happened?" Because it wasn't him that decided to do it. We don't understand why. It's just Juno takes over and forces Desmond to end up killing Lucy. That was crazy. Out of nowhere, but it was like at least for me, it was a good out of nowhere. Right, and then that was Brotherhood. Yeah. Brotherhood dealt with, and this is why I say, like, Brotherhood should have been a part of 2. Revelations was just weird. It should have probably just been DLC for 2. So I feel like they could have done 2 as a bigger game overall, which, I mean, maybe they just had hardware limitations at the time. Because remember, at the time, they were still using the Xbox 360 hardware discs, and I wonder how much data they could actually contain on the disc. I don't know. Maybe they could have just sold it as a massive expansion. Again, I don't know. I don't know what sort of really, they're just forcing ray tracing now. But yeah, I don't know what sort of limitations they had to deal with in terms of what they could and could not put on the disc, and maybe that was part of the reason why they did what they did. I don't know. Yeah, the Lucy thing was weird. She was blue ally at the end of AC1, but we're supposed to believe she was bad all along. Bad retcon. I do agree. I think it does seem like a forced retcon. It was kind of, at least for me, it was kind of interesting at the moment. You're like, oh my gosh, what the hell just happened, you know? Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, AC2 was already kind of massive. Like I say, I wonder to what, but it felt like it was an incomplete story, in my opinion. 2 was incomplete. Like, you don't even take out De Borgia, right? So, like, what happens there? And then it's really interesting because then they bring in his son and daughter, who in real life they were having relations, and they were in fact like fighting with their own dad and all that stuff. So, really interesting. But they brought him in, and he sort of becomes the new main bad in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I think the twist at the end of the game was great. It's just I was never fully explained, or at least I don't remember that being important in 3. It wasn't. That's the other thing. It really wasn't important in 3, other than it just became the baggage for him, because he was pissed with Juno for forcing him to kill Lucy. And while she and I think this is sort of like debated, as like Juno claims that that Lucy is a Templar. She was bad all along, and but at that point, that could also be Juno just manipulating him. Granted, she was able to control him, but like that could also be her manipulating him so that he would continue to do what she wanted him to do. So yeah, you get the ending of 2, and it's like, oh, he got away, and now credits what? Yeah, exactly. Borgia family was crazy. I read a book about Lucrezia Borgia. I don't know if I said that correctly. And the video game versions of that family were actually tamed compared to reality. Yeah. That is a really interesting part of that too, because like he's not exactly like the Pope, Rodrigo de Borgia. I think it was Rodrigo de Borgia, and his children are not exactly well thought of, you know, in within Catholics, from what I understand. You know, he was not a good pope. He essentially just used it for whatever he could get, you know. I'm gonna have to draw distance a little. We got the room for it. micropolygon. Adjust the memory allocated to virtual geometry rendering. Lower settings might cause popping. Okay. Oh, do I only have 12? Okay, I only have 12. I thought I had 32. When did I? Oh, no. That's 12 on the VRAM on the actual video card. Loading distance at which objects start to load in. I'm gonna do high. Particles I don't mind leaving at a medium. Water quality I don't mind leaving at a medium. To be honest, it's not much better. Oh gosh. Okay, so low, that's medium, that's high. I don't see, like, I see some differences, but it doesn't look good. Get a little bit of lens flare. I love that it's only like low or high. It doesn't really. Oh, I'll leave it on low for right now. We'll see if that is worth changing. I want that to be medium. Scatter distance. Select how dense the scattering of objects will be throughout the world. We'll do that. Whoa. Wait, what? Oh, that's interesting. I think that's funny. That's rotating like that. Okay, we'll do all characters hair stranding. Getting into a new era of gaming where characters actually have hair strands. And I'm sorry we're going through the settings here, but I'm finding it interesting to see what's actually what here. Cloud quality, I don't care. We'll leave that on low. Fog quality, okay. Medium, high, very high. There are nominal differences, but they are visible. We'll do high. Again, I meet all the recommendations. I should probably just put everything to high. But I'm also, like, horrible when it comes to this because... Fuse hideout only. I don't know what option to take there. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set just everything to high. And I'm just going to go through this again. Set that to medium. Wait, why was that set to low for high? What? How's the overall preset high? Okay, I'm going to set that to high. I'm going to drop those two down to medium. Okay. Texture streaming pool, very high. I'm going to see game needs to start ready to apply changes. Well, screw you, man. That's fine. We'll restart the game if need be. We'll see how well this works. So basically it's high, but just with the ray tracing set to medium. Or actually, I think it was not ultra high, just very high. With ray tracing set to medium. I'm going to apply that. It's going to tell me I need to reload the game world to apply the options. The progress will be reset. I haven't even started it now. Let's just do it. Let's reload. Rodrigo Borgia was essentially the Vito Corleone of his time, and also he instituted brothels in the Vatican. That's crazy. Really? He instituted brothels in the Vatican. That's insane, man. So I wonder, is this meant to be like a sort of, oh, if you own any of these games, you can launch it from here? I do find that rather interesting. I have this on Xbox. I don't have this. Xbox. So I have all these. I just don't, except for Mirage. I just can't launch any of them, so that's rather interesting. I just want to see if there was anything else I needed to change. Like I said, I always turn off Motion blur because I hate that shit. These color distortions that occur in the real world camera. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Controls. I'm just using the controller because that's what I want. Audio, we've set that up. Interface, that's fine. Gameplay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna see what options we have. Xbox control. Switch between various inputs and high. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Aim assist, moderate. Adjust your level of aim assist. This may be useful if you have difficulty using the control sticks for precision aiming. No. I hate aim assist. I use controller regularly. I hate aim assist a lot. So that bothers me quite a bit. Also like having the timeline. I do. I agree with you. I think that's actually really cool. I kind of wish they would do that with all the games. Because, I mean, it would be kind of cool. Even just to show it. You know, even if you can't access it, I'd love to be able to show, check this out. Here's the timeline for all the games. Here where this game fits in the timeline of the Assassins and all. I think that's very cool. I'm just sad that it's not all of the games. But I think that's very cool that they did that. Dialogue icons on. Yes, that's fine. QuickTime events. Default. Choose the type of input required for... I don't know. Okay. Area loot. Choose whether to collect all nearby loot with a single button press instead of collecting each item individually. I kind of like having that on. Melee attack mode. Default. Default. A single button press triggers a single attack. Combo. A single button press triggers a melee combo. So, and then combo plus posture. A posture attack can be triggered with a single button press during a combo attack. Press again to execute the posture attack. So this is basically like normal or difficult, easy, super duper easy, you know, so normal, easy, super duper easy. We're going to go with normal because, again, I've been playing this game for a long time. Camera follow. Allow the camera to automatically follow your character's movements. Not automatically do that? What? Lock on as default. Yeah. I don't want it to automatically lock on. That would drive me nuts. Dismemberment on. Yes. Blood effects on. Yes. So I'm glad. So it seems like there's no nudity. So I'm all fine with that. Third party. MSI Mystic Light. As much I have an MSI thing, but I don't know. Oh, I don't have any RGB hardware, so no thank you. That would be kind of cool, but I don't have that, unfortunately. So, okay, so I think we have everything set. We're gonna go back. We could benchmark. Let's actually see how well this is gonna work. This could be our first test of many, right? Let's benchmark this with basically high settings, just medium, very high settings, sorry, with medium ray tracing. Let's see how this is gonna benchmark. What's our FPS gonna look like? Keep in mind, I also do wonder how the streaming software is going to affect it as well. So far, we're sticking at an average of 45. It's not exactly great. I would like a solid 60. I can live with 45, but I would like a solid 60. I get so into the historical settings and the swordplay that allows, that I always forget it's a science fiction, end of the world, cyberpunk, right? Yeah, no, absolutely the same. The GPU is right now at like 99% utilization, but that makes sense. You know, CPU is only at 33, so we're doing all right in terms of that. I just don't like that frames are sitting at 50%, and I wonder if that's either post-processing or something that I'd have to drop. Now we've got things... Now it's going lower. I do love a game that at least allows you to see the benchmarking. Okay. Lowest, wow, the lowest 1% was 18 in terms of the FPS. Lowest 0.1% was 16. For the most part, it was doing pretty good, but it should be sitting at 60. That's where I want it to be. So I think I'm gonna have to make just a few quick setting changes. Reminds me of my favorite science fiction novel ever, Hard to Be a God. It's basically a medieval novel for like 300 pages. And then it reveals itself to be hardcore science fiction. Really? Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Let's go back to the options. We're going to go back to the scalability. Now, that's for the hideout only. Just the quality of geometry placed in the ray tracing world. Restart. Okay. Let's see. Screen space effects. That's basically in terms of the weird that went up. Change that. I know these things are generally like big FPS calculation issues, so streaming pool would drop it down to just high rather than very high. Post effects, water quality, let's turn that down to high. Let's turn that down to high. Loading distance, we'll do high. Drawing distance, high. Leave that as is. Anything that's very high, we're just going to turn down to high. Okay. Okay, we're going to apply that. We're going to restart. And let's see. Wow, I actually did a full restart, not just a reload. Sorry about all this, but particularly with a game like this, like I did the same thing with, gosh, what was it? The Shadows of Mordor games. I did a lot of like, let's really fine tweak and tune this stuff. I'm sorry, I normally would do this off stream, but because again we're checking this out on stream, doing this on stream. So, and we'll also be going a little bit later tonight. I normally stop at midnight, but I don't have work tomorrow, so we're gonna go till about 1 o'clock. Okay, and then we'll just do, again, the quick checking of the benchmarks one last time. I want to see if that upped the, it's okay, being a gamer means doing this for hours, right? Okay, so let's see if that got me any improvement. If not, we're just going to go for it. Already an improvement. So I remember the last time they started out at 45 here. Now it's at 54. So we got essentially 9 extra FPS. So I think this is probably the settings we'll stick with. So really interesting. Slightly less GPU utilization, slightly more CPU utilization. That I find very interesting. Yeah, we're getting a better FPS, so I think this is what we'll be doing. I will always generally sacrifice, like, quality effects for a better FPS. I think most gamers would think that way. And it's why I get kind of frustrated when these developers and console producers will focus on, oh yeah, you can get this super duper huge resolution and you'll get this super great particle effects and all this stuff. Oh, by the way, 30 FPS. What? What? I would gladly take a lower resolution at 60 FPS or higher. Am I the only one who thinks this way? I can't be the only one who thinks this way. Look at this. Average 59. I think that is acceptable. That is very acceptable for me. Well, I've been the exact opposite. I want the devs to tweak the specs to how they think I should experience the game, just like with other platforms of art and their aspects, aspect ratios, etc. See, but I don't think this is like a full art. Like, this is both product and potential art. You know what I mean? Like, I don't view this as like, oh, this is an art form. I view this as, this is a product that can be very artistic, but if it plays like ass on my machine, no, thank you. But yes, I do agree. I want at least 60 FPS. That one isn't negotiable. Exactly, and I think that's how I feel on it. So, okay, so here we go. Shadows, let's go. Let's launch this. Yasuke is an outsider in a foreign land. Naoi is a young shinobi from a quiet village. There are two people of little consequence to the mighty warlords of the many warring states of Japan. That is false. But they are about to embark on a path that will shape the fate of the nation. Yasuke was actually very important to Nobunaga. Nobunaga liked him a lot. He viewed him as an oddity, but he thought he was really cool. He gave him money, he gave him titles. Yasuke was not somebody who was not important and of little consequence to the mighty Nobunaga, who was considered, I believe, one of the mightiest warlords of the time. Viewed him with, great respect. I don't know if quite great, but like he held him in high esteem, So. But it depends on the hardware. Like the developer could have their vision, but if my potato won't run it, it makes no difference to me. Exactly. Yeah. I can see from both sides. I'm also just kind of lazy when it comes to fidgeting with menus. I can understand that 100%. That's why a lot of people like to do the, maybe this was before, maybe, but he wasn't a samurai before Nobunaga's meeting. So yeah, I don't know. And maybe they'll show that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So. Difficulty. Experts. This mode is intended for players looking for a difficult challenge. Naoi needs to be careful while approaching enemies due to their wider fields of view. Enemies are stronger and more deadly against Yasuke, so players need to be smarter in combat. Players should maximize their equipment's full potential. Equipped gear and skill loadouts greatly impact the game's difficulty. Sure. Guided exploration? No. Canon mode. The default experience, allowing you to influence Naoi and decisions during cutscenes. Removes all dialogue choices during cutscenes, allowing you to experience the canon story. That's very interesting. And the reason why I say this is because I'm curious to see. So I actually don't like that they decided to allow you, and I don't know if they did this in Origins or not, but they certainly did it in Odyssey, and they did it in Valhalla as well, where you have a lot of choices to make. And they allow you to have these sort of choices and interplay and whatnot. I kind of don't like that. Because this is not supposed to be an RPG. This is supposed to be a specific story of the ancestors of whoever's DNA story this is. So I find it kind of interesting that they are actually, for the first time ever, allowing you to turn on and off canon mode. I think that's cool. But I think by default it should be on, and you have to turn it off. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Well, I mean, but again, hold on. It's even debatable if he ever was. No, he wasn't. That is the thing. He wasn't. The story of him being a samurai comes from a French author. He wasn't a samurai. His official title was Kosho, which is sort of like a page, or essentially like like an esteemed servant, if you will. He never had the like official title of samurai or any of that stuff. Yes, he did fight in a battle. He lost, and they didn't kill him because they actually did not respect him as a samurai. So, yeah, I don't know. Kind of like saying a guy is a knight because they have a long sword. That's true. That's very true. I have never heard of a canon mode in a game before. I agree. I find that very interesting. Yeah, I am definitely of the opinion that a canon mode, I don't think there should be options in Assassin's Creed, or maybe like you have a new game plus and that's where you allow you to make like different choices or whatever. I do think it's odd. Actually, I think it's cool, actually, that they allow you to put in canon, because that is the one thing that sort of like bothers me a little bit about Valhalla and Odyssey, was that, oh, you can make certain choices and you can change things. And then it's like, okay, well then what's canon? What's not canon? You know what I mean? Because again, the story's not an RPG. It's a stealth action game that has a very specific story to tell. And I think that the choices that you were able to make in Odyssey sort of weakens the story a little bit, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know. Immersive mode. Activating this option automatically sets and locks the voiceover language to Japanese and blends Japanese and Portuguese dialogue for an immersive... Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I actually find that very interesting. I like that. I actually like that a lot. I think and this does look to be an option. So I'm going to leave actually canon mode on because I want to see what they have as canon. And then I'll leave the immersive mode off for right now, and I think I can turn that on later. So let us go ahead and do that.
Memories come to us in fragments. You relive a jigsaw of experiences and emotions. Some memories are soothing and familiar. Wrapped inside them, you feel tranquil, complacent. And then there are the ones I have reconstructed. What I am about to show you. In these memories, there are imperfections, aberrations that defy algorithm and biology. I'm getting ahead of myself. You may not understand what you're seeing at first, but you must trust me. Trust yourself.
Interesting.
Years ago, my journey started at sea, as it must for all who journey to these lands.
It's true. Can I pause? No, okay, good. Okay. So I'm gonna, like when I was training Kung Fu, one of my masters was like, Kung Fu is life, peace, and self-knowledge. His brother in arms was like, Kung Fu is for fucking people up. Well, I mean, that's philosophical differences on how you use a tool. Kung Fu is essentially a tool. I agree, and it doesn't even make sense in this game because the game still restricts you to the white if you can't go there yet, whilst turning off canon mode should shut off those two. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Yeah. I think, to be honest, I think all the games should have been canon, right? Because, I mean... In all the previous games, it was like you couldn't go to certain areas until certain things were done. You couldn't approach certain people. You couldn't like make decisions on like how you handled certain situations because it was it was meant to be a very specific story told. It had already technically happened. You're just canon reasons. You're just re-experiencing these memories of somebody else. Yes, you had some freedom in terms of how you could fight and how you could approach stealth-wise, but like ultimately, like all the important plot points needed to follow a specific story. And so you going through and deciding, particularly like in Odyssey, you going through and deciding, I'm not going to kill my my sibling who has essentially been raised by a crazy cult to be essentially practically a demon. I'm not going to kill her. Instead, I'm going to have her things. Like, what's the actual canon there? I don't know. Because you can't have it both ways. It's one or the other, you know. Yeah, it was a shogunate. It's basically warlords, kind of like a khanate.
Chaos and bloodshed, my opportunity surfaced. In the form of the most powerful warlord their history had known. Oda Nobunaga.
Yep.
A lord who took an interest in me. An outsider among outsiders.
Momento chegou.
Tragam a cadeira, irmãos. Chegou na hora certa.
I don't know why the game's throwing Portuguese in it, but I actually kind of like it.
The Baragnano, you are expected to appear before Lord Nobunaga today.
Thank you, Sir Mitsuhide. We are ready.
Similar with samurais. Originally, samurais were just soldiers for the Kage.
Viajar para além do Kyoto é cada vez mais perigoso. Sem a permissão do Lord Nobunaga, a missão dos jesuítas será fracasso. Não podemos permitir.
A nossa segurança deve-se ao Diogo. Sua presença manteve os monges e os bandidos bem longe.
O Diogo não os deterá para sempre. Temos de garantir o favor do Nobunaga.
Vamos.
Okay. Can you guys see that the text of that all right? It looks fine on my preview, but I am not entirely sure. Like, it seems fine.
Ficar bem ocupados quando nos deitarmos a mão. O que tens a dizer sobre isso, Diogo? Gostavas de voltar a ver o oceano?
Não sinto grande falta do mar.
Considerando a quantidade dele que tinhas engolido quando te encontramos, percebo.
Isso foi há muito tempo.
That voice sounds very familiar. Is that the dude who was in Deus Ex? One Deus Ex game on the 360? That's what it sounds like. I think okay, good. I think my other complaint with having Yasuke as a playable character rather than having him as a, because like the other thing that bothers me is that the characters in question that you play as are generally not any of the historical figures. You play as somebody who may or may not be connected to them, but you play as a brand new character that's made specifically for the game. So them deciding to make because whether or not he was a samurai is kind of beyond the point, because he is still a notable figure in history, and I think he should be in the game, absolutely, particularly if it's concerning Nobunaga. But I feel like that could have been actually a really interesting way to take it, where, oh, he's there. Maybe he's actually an assassin, you know, one of the higher up assassin guys, where like he's actually giving out the orders and he's saying, you know, he's actually not a slave. He's actually here guiding these two guys who are in fact part of the Assassins Guild, or maybe he infiltrated these guys so that he could get there and set up a bureau here in Japan. Like, it seems like there are missed opportunities to set him up as like an important character to the Assassins, instead of no, he's a player character. Okay, I don't know. It's they're breaking with tradition, which bothers me.
Aqui temos a senhora Nene, e junto dela Moriron-maru, o vassal mais próximo do Lord Oda Nobunaga, Araka Tabakari.
E isso só nos dificulta as coisas.
Oh, I wonder if this is Nobunaga himself. It's all right. Eventually, they become standards in the Edo period, and by the time of European intervention, they were nobility, sure. Damn, Portuguese from Portugal is much closer to Spanish than the Brazilian accent. Like, I can understand without really, that's cool. It's a great point. I think they wanted to make the Black Samurai story historical or not. That's cool, yeah. And besides, Yasuke's no original character could have fit that role. But yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. It just, in my opinion, seems like a missed opportunity. They could have done something really interesting with Yasuke, setting him up either as a Templar or as an assassin guy. But you could have been playing as a Japanese character, and either you're interacting with Nobunaga because he's an assassin and he's trying to set something up, or you're interacting with him because he's actually one of the like the main lieutenants or even a main bad guy, you know? But instead they wanted to go Black Samurai. Main character, Black Samurai. I don't know. Yeah, that's clearly Nobunaga. I think that's his daughter.
Ikishita, O Lord Oda Nobunaga.
Yep.
Vão chamar-nos para falar com o Lord Nobunaga em breve.
Eu falo com ele.
Viste como o Lord Nobunaga olhou para o Diogo? Será que nunca viu homem negro antes?
Lord Nobunaga will see you now.
Diogo, espera aqui. Não digas nada.
See, and now I'm actually regretting not going with the immersive mode. Can I change that like mid? Hold on. Options. Can I change that mid? Because now I kind of want to go like full on immersive mode. Question is, where would I change that? Could I change that? Ow, for crying out loud. I feel like I've missed an opportunity here. I actually would have, because like, so one of my neighbors is Japanese, and we went over there to talk to him recently, and he was talking about how like the Europeans first showed up and how they were first sort of introduced to Japanese, but there wasn't an interpreter that understood English. You know, the first English guys to go to, when I say European, I mean actually the first English guys to go and talk to the Japanese. And when they showed up, they didn't have a Japanese interpreter. The Japanese didn't have an English interpreter, and the British didn't have an English interpreter. What they did have, however, was they had Dutch interpreters on both sides. So the Japanese had a Dutch interpreter, and the English had a Dutch interpreter. So they got their Dutch interpreters to essentially talk to each other in Dutch, and then they would then convey whatever they needed to the English or the Japanese side. And I thought that was actually really interesting. So I kind of wish. So do you have, so you do have your original character and then the historical, right? Yeah. But I guess that's the girl. Yeah, and I think that's the reason why they did that. They went, oh yeah, here's a girl, and then here's the historical character. But again, it's out of character for the Assassin's Creed series, and I think they did that on purpose for potential political reasons rather than, yeah. So that is my belief on that. So audio. See, there's the voice language immersive mode off. Activating this option cannot be changed because saving is not allowed at the oh, I see. Oh, I see. So I can change this. That's fantastic. I can in fact change this. Okay. So here's how I'm feeling so far about this. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I'm liking a lot of what I'm seeing. But I'm very like, we're not at gameplay yet. We're just seeing story stuff.
Commands that the black man join you.
But he is my sword bearer, a slave. He does not speak the language.
Lord Nobunaga commands it.
What is happening? Is that Magus? Is that Magus raiding me right now? Thank you so much, dude. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? And I hope you're having a wonderful evening, Magnus. Here, did I call you Magnus? I think I did. Let's give you a quick shout out. Yes. Guys, if you guys are not familiar with Magus, please go check him out. He's a good friend of the channel. He's playing some Marvel Rivals tonight. I know he's just playing quick play, and because he's too afraid to hop into ranked, but you know, that's, you know, each to their own, I suppose. But hope you're doing well, buddy. Doing well. I'm very glad to hear it. So how is it? I'm liking it so far, but I'm barely into the game. I spent a lot of time looking at the broken stealth gameplay, looking at a couple of bugs, and looking at some of the bad voice acting. So that's the issue. So I might actually, to be fair, I might actually just keep it with the original English, not the original, the English voice acting, just to see how the voice acting is. Yeah. Have you desecrated a temple yet? Not yet. Got rocket to Centurion. Nice, nice. My heart feels better outside of ranked. That's what you claim, sir. That's what you claim. Ranked is where you show people how much better you are, sir. That's what ranked is for. But yeah, we just started the game. It's at the intro cutscene. They're showing how he was brought in essentially as a slave by the Christian priests. And this is at the meeting of like Nobunaga and Yasuke. Literally feeling patting out of my chest, sure.
Lord Nobunaga, I present to you Father Valignano. Father Valignano has come to request free movement for his priests in your lands.
That is correct, Sir Ranmaru.
You will address Lord Nobunaga.
Of course, of course. Forgive me, Lord Nobunaga. Please, accept this gift.
Cartoons, that means you're in love, yes.
Made by the finest artisans in Portugal.
Portugal.
You may rise.
You ask me to let your priests walk freely, but your priests are here already, Father Valignano. Perhaps before you worry about your priest feet, you may wish to plead for their heads.
Really hard to show others how good you are if everyone on your team is potato. Yeah.
As he realized the danger you are in, his eyes found every threat in the room.
I'm sorry, Lord Nobunaga. He does not understand us.
I would have many questions for this man, if only he understood. He is all the people of Kyoto speak about since his arrival.
Lord Nobunaga, I do understand you.
Have you been deceiving me, Father Valignano?
No, Lord Nobunaga. Even I am surprised to hear Diogo speak like this.
Your name is Diogo?
Yes, Lord Nobunaga. That is what they call me.
So here's where I can potentially see. I can potentially argue for Ubisoft. Very little is actually known about Yasuke. They don't know where he's really from. They don't know where he, like what his actual name was, or you know, what part of Africa he's from, and anything like that. They just know that he was taken to Japan as a slave for these Portuguese priests. So I can certainly argue in that favor that, you know, they could certainly say, oh, he is in fact a if he had said something along those lines of he is in fact a fictional character, this is a fictionalization of his character, focusing on the fictionalized story from, I think if they just said that, I think a lot of people would be less pissed. Still some people irritated by the fact that we're not playing as a Japanese guy, but
Lord Nobunaga would like to speak with Diogo. Alone.
And this I don't know about. Because we know that he viewed him as an oddity. They, from what I understand, from what records we do have, they made him strip to see. They washed him thoroughly. They did all sorts of experiments to see if the black on his skin would come off, and they found him fascinating. You know, so I'm curious to see if they're going to actually portray that, or if they're just going to go, "Yeah, you're amazing. You're already amazing. You're fantastic already." You know, okay.
Sit. Has your skin always been this way?
Okay, so that's
Lord
okay.
Nobunaga. My homeland is very far from here. All the people there have this color.
I had thought to kill you all. If the Christians were gone, it would be one less thing to consider. But they have proven fair traders, and a bulwark against the Buddhists. Luis Frois amuses me. We've shared tea. But this Varignano I do not know. What are you to him, Diogo?
I am like a bodyguard. I am to ensure he is safe in this land that is foreign to him.
You are his bodyguard, but also his slave. Are you not?
Yes, Lord Nobunaga. I am.
Varignano will not be pleased that I kept you here. What do you think he will do with you? Kill you?
I do not know. I have been subject to worse men, and I yet live.
These worse men? Who are they? Father Varignano, I will grant you what you came for. Your priests are free to move in these lands.
Thank you, Lord Nobunaga. You will not...
But your servant, Diogo, stays. He may yet prove useful to me.
Ah. Very well. Though he is good for little more than bearing your sandals.
Under me, sandal bearers become lords. I see potential in this man. A warrior whose spirit can inspire armies. He will be tested. He may become a legend. Or he may die.
They're taking a lot. They're taking a lot from the French sort of interpretation. The French, because there was a novel, from what I understand.
One moment. The integrity of a memory can be tampered with. There are
And to be fair, it's a French company, so it would make sense that they would do that.
corruption, environmental disturbance. But sometimes it's because she doesn't want you to see them.
Are they making a reference to Juno, or are they making a reference to somebody else? 6 months later. French, yes. Oh, the French. Whoa! Nice headshot. Just point blank, bam. Okay, here we go. I think we're gonna start getting in. Goes for us. Oh no! It's the one thing that will always drive me insane. I know a lot of people will give me shit for this, but always, 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 always invert the y-axis. Always invert the y-axis. In fact, I'm gonna try that. See if that fixes what I'm... Nope. Nope. Okay. I know. People look at me weird. I get it, but I grew up with GoldenEye. It was my first controller game, and that was flight stick options, and every game for a while was like that, and it wasn't until later on where it wasn't defaulting to that. So there we go. That's better. Okay. Okay, so far so good. The quest thrown to the dogs has been added to your game. Why? Okay. No bugs so far. I will give them that. And this is why I wanted to play it for myself. I want to see, even though there have been bugs reported, is that bugs on everybody, or is that bugs for only some PCs? How is this working? The hell was that? They just wait their turn. True. To be fair, that has been a mainstay of Assassin's Creed, where they do this sort of wait their turn. Ow. Okay.
These villagers do not give up easily.
Vulnerable state. Timed parries put the enemies in a vulnerable... I know, I've been doing that already. Okay. So far, the combat's not bad. It's standard fare Assassin's Creed. At least standard fare of the new Assassin's Creed games. You got your blocks, you got your heavy and your light attacks. You get the block timing just right. You can get the counters.
A most perfect night. Ready to finish them off?
At your command, my lord.
What is it?
I've never fought a battle like this. So many lives.
Ever the righteous man. While Iga calls its unifier a tyrant, 40,000 of our countrymen ride with me. Is that tyranny, Yasuke?
No. No, it is conviction. They trust in their future with you.
Yes. And that belief makes you my samurai.
Iga's rebellion stands in the way of harmony. I ride with you.
Go. Find Momochi Sandayu. His death will sever the sword from the hand of Iga.
Light your fires! The wind will spread them! Arrows! Watch yourselves!
Okay, so these guys are not bad guys. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I just have to run past all these guys.
Fight! For Lord Oda Nobunaga!
He's on fire. Not my fellow samurai's on fire. That's funny. Oh, right trigger, right trigger.
Can't avoid all our blades.
So I gotta tell you right now, I'm playing on expert. This is not particularly difficult. Granted, it's the first mission of the game, but like the combat's not like crazy.
Nobunaga and samurai are no match.
Their armor is strong. I must break it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. The final boss of the castle. Is that him laughing?
My one-man army.
One-man army who had a whole bunch of guys with him most of the time.
Another memory, just fine articulate at this point. Listen carefully. Memories can be fractured, ignored, twisted, but what has been can never truly be lost. The past is power. Do you understand? Fujibaya Shinawe. The structural integrity of a
now we're gonna start bringing her into play.
There is much for you and her to discover.
What I don't quite understand is, what are they actually trying to?
This will be the last time we speak. Goodbye.
Okay. I mean, for now, if it's the last time we speak, what? Earlier that night.
He comes. Oda Nobunaga.
Story hasn't mattered in Assassin's Creed since Desmond died. I assume you mean the modern day story, yeah. Well, I'm curious to see what they've done, because after Desmond died, they did the whole thing where, oh, you're a developer working on a experience for the Animus, and you're looking up the history, and actually you find an Assassin's Creed bloodline through Desmond, and you know, that was rather interesting. And then they sort of did it again with Unity, and then again with Syndicate. And so they had those games where, like, they didn't have really a modern day storyline other than you're just a person experiencing this timeline. Extremely weak. It was horribly done. And then they introduced Layla with Origins. And she was interesting in the first game. The second game, there was a bit of a girl bossing going on between her and the other blonde doctor character. And then in Valhalla, they sort of made her a little bit more well written. But it was, but her story doesn't have the same sort of gravitas, same sort of connection. Even though they did bring in Desmond's dad for Valhalla. And they brought back Sean and Rebecca properly in Valhalla as well, but I don't know. Modern day, I am curious because I believe, and I don't know this, I don't know the full extent of it. They killed off Layla at the end of Valhalla, so they did it again where they got rid of the modern day story component. And now we're doing this whole thing where, again, it's like you're just a user of the Animus system. So I don't know.
We ride to Ikuni Shrine. Now.
You're not telling me everything. I can see it on your face. What was in Hattori Hanzo's letter?
The world is at many wars now, eh? Not just the one Oda Nobunaga fights.
Someone else is coming to Iga?
Yes. But what they want from us, they cannot have.
Then we won't give it to them.
No, we won't.
I know you cannot tell me everything, Chichire. But I need your trust.
You have it.
Then tell me what to do. I can do it. I can help you.
It may come to that.
Did she just get shot immediately? Or did they just shoot the horse? And then Dad just leaves her. Okay, that's I see. So, okay, so when it's red, you can't do it. A perfectly timed dodge on an unstoppable attacks makes the enemy vulnerable. So I don't think she can dodge. Or I don't think she can counter the same way that Ow. Okay, so she can counter. It's just when they're red glowing attacks like that one, I have to dodge. Okay. She's a lot more vulnerable than. Oh, Dad's there. That's nice. Okay. Okay, that's interesting.
20 of them, for every Egan. They are not the only ones here. She gave it to you, so I could protect him if they came. What matters now is defeating Oda. Oda forces pour in from every direction. The mountains, the tiger mouths. Then I will meet them there. Is that not what we have pledged? We pledged our oath to her, and they died with her.
Who died? What?
Do what you must. I understand. Wait!
My heart belongs to you.
But my blood is Egan. I will get you to Mibuno Castle.
I'm coming with you.
No. I need you elsewhere.
And there's the hidden blade. Okay, so
run to the coffin.
Obviously, the shinobi are going to be tied with the assassins.
To this blade is a key.
What?
Inside the coffin is a box. Protect it with your life.
Chihue!
You said you wanted help. Now is the time. Cannot let Sendayu stand alone. Show me.
Okay, that's okay. Hold on.
Go.
Hold on. This was around the time. Okay. Maybe I take that back. Because right, Assassin's Creed 2 was when 1400s, if I remember correctly, and that's when Da Vinci altered the hidden blade to not require the loss of the ring finger. And I think this is like 1600. So like if the assassins had come to Japan at this point and handed off the new hidden blades, then that then that would make sense. That would, okay, never mind. I take that back.
Now, box. It cannot be opened.
It cannot be opened.
Cannot be
what?
Taken.
Cannot be taken. What?
Promise me, Plum.
I promise.
Nagato!
Focus. Get to the copper.
Use the left trigger to observe and tag enemies. Oh, shit. Really? Hold on. Are you kidding me right now? Okay. I do that because I had inverted, but apparently inverting the right stick now inverts my aim. It's better. Okay. So you're marked. You're marked.
Don't fail me now, Blade.
Okay, how do I go into stealth? B is to dodge. How do I go into stealth? Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna do this as they've shown. Stay quiet and approach your targets unseen and perform the assassination. Okay. I'm gonna do this as they show. Perform your first assassination, indeed. But I am curious. I'll have to experiment with the stealth mechanics a little bit later. We're not gonna... Detection. Yes. That makes sense. That makes sense. I was able to just go into the bushes and hide. It's like just the one guy. Prone. Hold X to go prone. Okay. Okay, so far he was able to see me when I was prone. Okay, so far so good. The stealth mechanics are working. Right, stealth mechanics are legitimately working. I'm okay with that. Now, whether or not the stealth mechanics will continue, or if the game will get to a point where, like, stealth mechanics become glitched out, another story. But so far, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the glitched stealth mechanics so far. Whether or not that eventually ends up coming, we'll see. Remember Splinter Cell? Yeah. Haven't done light source-based stealth since, like, Splinter Cell, I think, yeah. But I feel like with me being in the shadows, though, I will say that I do kind of wish I was prone. But I wanted to see. I just wanted to see how well or how, you know, horrible it could have been. So, it is what it is. But at the same time, this could be just like the intro. They have everything sorted out for the intro, and then once you get out into the world, we'll see. Hold A to use parkour. Parkour over, yep. Yeah, I remember it wasn't like hold A to parkour. It was like you pushed forward and your character would keep running straight. If you wanted to go, so like in this case, the character would automatically jump over. And then, at least when it was hello. Generic Human raiding with a party of 8 viewers. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Generic Human. Thank you so much for the raid. How's your night going? Hope you are having a wonderful evening. Welcome.
Just find the box.
Welcome to the stream. My name is Green Leader. For any of you who are not familiar with me, I play a whole bunch of different games, and right now I'm playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. It just came out, and I'm doing a does it suck sort of stream of it. Whether or not, so far I'm liking it. It's not horrible. The story is clearly they've decided to push Yasuke as the samurai, and they're pushing this girl as the assassin. Yeah. I have my misgivings about it, but it's not horrible so far. Wonderful. I hate my viewers. They keep gifting me subs. Nice. Dude, appreciate it. Now I need to come up with like 20 emotes. Dude, nice. Okay. Very nice.
The coffin.
I'm interested. Okay. That seemed a little unnecessary. But it was very flippy, so I appreciate that, I suppose. And there we go. That's what I was wanting to see. First leap of faith. Oh, and there's the vision as well. But oh yeah, anyway, so guys, if you guys are not familiar with Generic Human, please go check him out. He's been playing a bunch of Dark Souls. What were you playing tonight? I am very curious. A shout out for Generic Human. Yeah, what were you streaming tonight, buddy? I hope you had a good stream. Hey, we got rations. That's nice. Just some more Dark Souls randomizers. This seed is beating the shit out of me. Yeah, it happens. It certainly happens. Yeah. Particularly like with it randomizing the items, that can certainly make things difficult.
Stu is counting on me.
And hey, would you look at that? An Assassin's logo. 5 hours in, no-go mode unlock items. Oh, that sucks. I assume that means no god mode unlock items. See, that's an odd key because it's just a blade. Like, you could stick any blade in there, and that should work. And let me guess. Someone shows up, kicks her ass, and takes the box. Yep. I was right. Ow. Considering that weapon, that could have potentially killed her. Like, hitting her, like, oh, and then opened.
What's this? We rewrite our history.
Oh, it's a mystery box. Mystery box. To be fair, we know what could be in there. It could be the apple. Could be a bunch of different things.
Dally.
Is that like his sword? Oh, he's got an arrow in his shoulder. Okay. Okay, that makes some sense.
Rest, my plum. I've got you.
The box. I couldn't stop him.
I should not have put you there. My oath. So many secrets. The jewel.
Which makes me question if it's the
My mother.
Apple of Eden.
So much like her. Never saw her again. If we can just reach Tomiko's, there is hope. She will help us.
And he collapses because that makes sense. He's got an arrow in him. He's going to be sore. I got to tell you, I'm not hating it so far. I do think she would have probably been dead. Like, potentially neck snapped with the weapon that he used to beat the shit out of her with. Like...
I'm Tomiko.
But,
Your father
yeah.
brought you here. I'm
It
surprised
is what
you
it is.
made it in his condition. He fell into a dead sleep after dragging you in. There will be some hard days ahead, but he'll live. You can sit up. How's the rest of you?
Nothing's broken. I can move. I can fight.
Fight? I didn't fix you up just so you can bleed again.
I have to go. I lost something very important to my father. I must get it back.
Lost? What?
I can't tell you.
Nagato has his secrets and I look the other way. It's best for us both.
Nagato.
You know my father well.
It's interesting how they're doing the
Less well.
pronunciation.
I've lost too much time. I've got to go.
Go? Go where? Do you even know where to start looking?
Then help me.
Tell me what you can. How did you come to lose?
It reminds the way she's behaving around. It's too much like Ezio. It's like they're just essentially she's the new Ezio. That's what they're gonna try and go for.
What did he look like?
It was dark. He wore a mask.
Many samurai do. Can you describe it?
It was pale, like an Onryo. I think father grabbed it from him.
It might be among Nagato's things.
It's not what
I put
happened.
them
She's like
aside
smacked it
when I
off
dressed
him.
his wounds.
Oh no, maybe she's saying Dad grabbed it on the way out.
This is it.
I've seen one like it. Years ago.
What does it mean? Who is behind it?
Templars.
I'm not certain. But you should go to Katano. There's a connection there.
I'll take my father's horse. I could reach the castle tonight.
And what will you do if you find your samurai?
What I should have done at the tomb. Take his life and take back what's ours.
He literally knocked you out with a single strike. What? Wait, where? Hold on. Where was the horse? She said, I'll take my father's horse. Where's the horse? Is that the stables? I could be just blind. Might have ran past the horse, not realizing. Mount cannot be called in the hideout. This, okay.
I'll get the box and everything will be as it was. Everything will be all right.
Where was the horse? Interesting that they have the hideout as like its own load area. Adding to current. Oh, interesting. And then I can summon the mount. Okay, okay, game. Thank you. Then that is not the map. Interesting. Interesting. Not the map. No, I don't want a Pathfinder. Show me a map. Hello? What is going on that the game doesn't have a map?
Yup, to Katano. Right, kitty?
I'm just following the compass now. That's all I'm doing.
What is Chichiue hiding, kitty? What's in the box? If Chichiue is willing to risk his life, I can do no less. I will not regret my mistakes, kitty. I will fix them.
Her voice acting's okay. It's not great though.
That must be Katano Castle. The box thief will be somewhere he feels safe. A well-guarded place. My grappling hook will get me up there.
Okay. Okay. I feel like that should just be like a single press. Oh, he's asleep.
I can't see.
Yeah, he shouldn't be talking while I'm doing that. Okay. Parry him. We'll put him in the... I actually do kind of like that. I do kind of like that he's... I don't know if that's just because she's trying to... Hey, we got some kunai. Very nice.
I can throw a kunai one-handed.
Question becomes, how many people are nearby that I can kill? Would I be able to kill that guy without being seen if I throw out the kunai? I think it'll be right trigger. Yep, there we go. Nice little headshot. Very nice. First, if anybody finds the body.
There it is.
He did.
That's not the box they stole from me.
Nope.
I need
What?
to keep looking.
Didn't it look like the box they stole from you? What? I also don't know what this icon is that's on me. I don't know if that's just like visibility or something else. Oh, okay. Oh, and I can control her swing too. Okay. No, 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 no. Okay, so that's actually kind of cool. You can toggle your swing, or you can toggle it to be a or you can toggle it to be a ascend and descend and whatnot. Shit. Interesting. So they're not trying to climb. So they do have a visibility meter. They do seem to be doing some sort of like light-based or visibility-based Tools are full, rations are full, okay. Okay, okay. So how are you liking the game so far? I don't hate it. But I'm also like really early in the game, you know? I'm not like really far in. This is like the first sort of like stealth-based mission that's sort of in the game. We've gone through the intro with her. We've gone through the intro with Yasuke, and it's now a matter of trying to. We got through the tutorials with both her and Yasuke, and now we're doing the first sort of like stealth mission. So the mechanics look pretty tight. The mechanics don't look bad so far from what I've tried. I have seen videos of the stealth mechanics being broken though, so I'm curious. I'm curious to experiment with that, but like at this point I'm wondering about it. So far. There was a guy right there who saw me on the rooftop, and he came to investigate. So, I mean, that's better. That's better than what I saw in the video that I saw, so that's good. Didn't they bring back stealth kills? I mean, I don't think they ever took them away. You know, stealth kills were there, particularly with Valhalla and whatnot, so. I don't think I'm going to be able to assassinate both of them. Oh, you are so. Oh, also, let's see if. Yep. Okay. Oh, and there's a sniper there. We got those two guys there. Guys I didn't see before. Like I say, I'm not hating it. I'm not hating it. I'm enjoying it so far. It has yet. I've yet to see anything particularly broken about it. That's not to say that there isn't potential room for there to be broken stuff about it. You know what I mean? Talking about the ones where you just walk by someone and straight up murk them. Yeah. On 5 assassinations in a row without being noticed. Haha. Yes. See, this is the thing. Like, I've generally love these games for the stealth mechanics, and when I was seeing stuff that, you know, that essentially the stealth mechanics were kind of broken, that's always a little sad if I see that. She cannot jump that. That's fine.
I can use the shadows and night to move unseen.
I do find it interesting too when you pick them up, and maybe it's because she's, yeah, that's interesting. So they are trying to do some realistic weight-based, because again, she's a tiny lady. She's not exactly gonna be the strongest when it comes to picking up and carrying bodies, right? Oh, and you can turn off lights? Okay, that's interesting. There we go. Okay, so that works. That's rather interesting. Oh, shit. He heard a noise. He came to investigate. Okay.
Huh?
Shit, but okay.
This one's dead.
So are you. Haha. Don't worry about it. Oh, crap. Oh, crap baskets. Don't worry. You saw nothing. It's okay. That guy's there. Can I go out? Wait, what? Okay. That's interesting. That's an interesting way to hide. Okay. I'm here for it. Oh. And I'm out.
They're up there. You won't kill me.
Well, shit. Hey, buddy. It was weird that, so he was not attacking me. He's still not attacking me. I think we found our first instance of dumb gameplay.
We're there to die.
Okay, yep. Okay, here we go. We've got our first real instance of broken gameplay. I don't like to see this. I really don't like to see this. Also, his weapon just appeared.
Still not the right box. The thief must have it with him.
That's disappointing. That's early.
What was out there? All clear so far. Who's there?
Okay. Ah, damn it. He's dead. Here's what we're gonna do. I want to test some things out. So, how's he feeling about me now? How's he feel about me now? Does he still see me? Backing up. Throwing out threats, but he's... Okay, here we go. So scary. Hey, I got my kunai back. I'm curious, will he see me? Go down. Go down, thank you. Now, if I walk around him, let's check the stealth mechanics. Is he going to follow? Oh, he went straight for the dead body?
I won't end up like you.
Now, I should be invisible here, so he's not going to be able to see me. Well, that makes sense, right? That makes perfect sense. I'm going to allow it. Let's see what's going to happen as I step out into light. Now he's searching. He's not going to see. I'm invisible. Makes sense. I cannot assassinate. He heard me. Okay. Okay, so this is not broken. This interaction is not broken. We'll agree with that. Now, why he's not attacking me, I don't know. He's not attacking me. What is going on? Let's see how long it takes for him to actually attack. Let's actually play this out a little bit.
Is this fun for you?
No, it's not actually fun for me. Attack me. Do something. What is this? This, I'll tell you what this is. This is like the same AI. This is the same AI mechanics that we saw in Star Wars Outlaws. This is broken. And we were looking at the reviews earlier, before I started the game. We're looking, like, people were giving it 100. People saying, "Oh yeah, there's a few problems." This is a major problem. This is not how the game should be. I'm sorry, an enemy is aggro, sees me, and yet he's not attacking. Why is he not attacking? That's not the amazing combination of combat and stealth. No, this is broken gameplay right here. Okay, now he's going to attack because I'm actually doing stuff. Countered me pretty well. Now is he going to attack me? Still broken. Still broken.
No one can save you.
Really? Now the music's gone. So he only seems to be willing to attack as I'm attacking him. Or like essentially as counters. But when I'm not actively attacking him, even though he's aggro, he's not attacking me. That's broken. That is a broken combat mechanic. And frankly, it's actually quite sad that it's like this. Why would you pound the fight? You're not even pounding the fighting out of me now. Okay, so here he's going to attack. I find that very interesting. When we get here, it triggers him to attack. I wonder if they've messed up the AI where, because he seems to be constantly wanting to go back to where his guard post is, even though he was like searching. He's not willing to, like there's a priority set up for what he can and can't do, right? And right now the game is saying the higher priority is you need to get the AI back to the spot where he's supposed to be guarding, right? Even though the higher priority should be attacking the intruder, which is my character. Instead, he only wants to go back and will only attack when he's within a certain range of his original guard spot. That is, I'm sorry, that is absolutely a bug. That is either, like, there's no way that's an intentional design. Like, that is a legitimate flaw in how they're handling the AI. Like, the combat, when it works, feels good. It feels actually very solid. So, but it is sad to see it. Because it's essentially the AI is broken. That's what's happening right now. The AI is in fact broken. I do like how hard this fight too is. Like, he's clearly a heavy guard. And particularly as my character is not a major samurai, she's going to have a harder fight against this guy. That makes sense. I like that design. That's well handled. Let's see if he'll follow, and then let's see if he'll attack. I'm in his sight range. He is aggro. Ah, he is attacking. Okay, good. Okay, it's that. Let's see if he'll follow. See if my theory is correct on this. Anyway. He's going to go to where my last spot is to investigate. And now he can't... Oh, and to be fair, I'm in shadows. Now he sees me. And he's attacking. Okay. That's good. That's better than what the other guy was doing. So why was the other guy then not attacking? It does... No, I get that I would have been considered invisible here, but I didn't move. Like, why didn't he...
You must face your fate. What?
Yeah, So yes, I would absolutely agree. The stealth mechanics seem a little broken. They're not atrocious. It works from time to time. But the stealth mechanics do in fact seem broken. The combat mechanics seem a little wonky, because like it seems like the AI under certain circumstances doesn't know what to do. Like it's trying so hard to do certain things when it should be focusing on others. I don't know. I really don't know. It's such a bizarre set of circumstances. When it works well. Let me put it that way. When it works well. When it doesn't, it is poorly, and that is the unfortunate thing, because it seems to have a fair amount of time in which it doesn't work properly.
Do not delay.
So yeah, that makes me more than a little sad. Oh, I can mark her. Why would I mark her? What happens if I
It is ours. Oh, we have waited for this. You reward me. But how great.
So no. So here's the interesting thing. That's a civilian, right? In previous Assassin's Creed games, even up into Valhalla, cannot speak for Mirage. In Valhalla, when you kill a civilian, you get a, like, at least, at the very least, a warning. Your character did not randomly kill civilians. Your character did not randomly kill the innocent. Don't do that. And then if you kept doing it, you start getting health debuffs. Odd that they're... In that case, I did that. No warning. No repercussions. No nothing. Just, nope, yeah, she's dead now. Cool. Now granted...
Put those away. Quickly, they are coming.
Now granted, I've now gotten this guy's attention because, you know, dead body, whatnot.
Lend me your eyes and ears. Oi, make room for thy horses. Do not delay.
That is the correct position. Now, maybe there's something to it, because they are, like, that guy's showing an orange, that guy's showing red. Does that mean that that guy would attack if they were to see me? You know what I mean? I don't know. These are all questions. It says I cannot assassinate him. Now, I do wonder about where can I find rations?
Investigation complete. No signs of enemy activity. Put those away. Quickly.
Oh, it wants me to go there. Okay. I know. I was already... Interesting.
This is it. To get the box back, I have to kill him. I can do it with my grappling hook.
How? Further grappling hook to a grapple point.
Quickly, they are coming.
Okay, I gotta say, that was cool. Grappling hook aerial. Now, interesting that there's no,
I have to leave.
Ah, shit.
Assassins among us!
They wouldn't have called them assassins. They would have called them shinobi. I mean, how did you look?
Where are you going?
Okay. Done messed up.
She can't be Kabushika. She's just a child.
She's like a cat with a gold coin. She has no idea what she carries.
So I'm guessing the white mask samurai are in fact Templars.
What are you doing?
It will be safe in Sakai.
You will be safer with me.
Oh, they're gonna fight. Okay, Dad's cool. I'm here for that. Merda! Oh. Was that Spanish?
That is correct.
Is that the Spanish for merda?
It is for me.
What music is this? That mask, I'm sorry. That mask was ridiculous. That's a cool mask. Oof. It's weird how they'll decide when they decide to use Japanese and when they decide to use English. I noticed they kind of did the same thing in Valhalla.
Put them out of their misery.
Does this just end the game right here? Because how is she gonna get out of this? She's been shot. He's been shot, and with an arrow.
Is undone tonight.
No! Let them suffer. Let them die in pain.
Fine. We have what we came for.
This music feels a little bizarre. Because it's very reminiscent of like you know, westerns. Oh, they're gonna have you crawl over.
I'm coming. Stuart.
Yeah. I get what they're trying to go for with this. This is one of the periods that is similar in legend to our westerns, and that's true. No, that's a good point.
Plum. I found you. No. No. I kept too much from you.
Wild West is barely 40 years in time, but its scope could make you think longer. Yeah.
There is hope. Follow the blade.
Stuart. Stuart.
Ah, there's the Assassin's Creed theme starting to come in.
Remember the song.
You gonna start singing?
In the music. We are together. Always.
Stuart. Stuart.
And there's the intro. Okay, prologue's done. Interesting to see how bad the oh, then she just randomly shows up here. That's nice. It'll be interesting to see how good or bad the AI goes moving forward. We started to see a glimpse of some of the essentially broken AI is in this game.
You... have to get back. What is this place?
Right, acting like a poorly trained neural net. Yeah, exactly.
Stu.
What? Loading screen? What? 2 years earlier? What? So we go through that intro and then we decide, let's just take a hop, skip and a jump 2 years prior when she's all happy and whatnot. At least now I understand the loading. They loading in for this cutscene or whatever. I expect to have AI enable toilet paper soon. I think their agent design is just lacking. Doesn't feel natural still, yeah.
You are late. Yesterday, you were slow. Today, we move faster.
Should this not have been... Should we not have gotten this cutscene, like... earlier? Like, am I wrong on this? Why are we doing training?
Getting past me is the first challenge. What did I say? Faster. Let us begin. Come. Good. There's weight behind your strike.
No, flashback storytelling is kind of a Japanese thing. That's true. That's true, but it just feels like an odd timing to show it. Like, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. I've seen enough anime and whatnot to understand that, but I do also think it's a little odd that she's trying to escape wherever the heck she is, and then it loads into this. It feels a little jarring, doesn't quite make sense. Feels like tutorial is what you're feeling here. It does feel that way, but I'm just saying I've already gone through a bit of a tutorial already. They've already sort of gone through this tutorial. I feel like they should have shown this a little bit earlier, to be honest. And this is definitely tutorial. Like, I feel like they should have had her sort of like heal up and they said, we're going to do a little prepper course. And then as they start prepping, it sort of like fades away into she's thinking about how her dad had taught her these very same things. And now she's sort of like reliving her moments as she's doing the combo with this. I don't know. Maybe it just feels like... Yeah.
I'm getting better.
Hence the out of place of it, true. And that's exactly what I think it is. It's like, we need to put a tutorial, so let's just do this in here.
Deal.
It's not the end of the world that they did this. Like, it just feels a little out of place. That's right, I gotta dodge those red strikes. I actually do like this. I like this as a flashback. I think it's actually pretty cool. It just seems like they had designed this and then didn't quite know where to put it, you know? And so they put it here. Damn it.
Almost had you.
Almost.
The combat, when it's working, feels
ready
good.
To train with the others, Stuart.
I will not.
Training is enough. You have other obligations.
I am the daughter of one of Iga's greatest.
I will not argue that point. When the combat is working right and the AI is working right, it feels good. Yeah, we should see the whole storyboard to be able to compare their full story, right?
I want to protect them.
The Iga in the way is share the responsibility, community, and benevolence.
So I prefer to just become the definition of suspension of disbelief and just try and enjoy the ride, or I'll pick apart the point of apathy.
Or any of our neighbors.
Yes, Stuart.
Oh, that was a particle effect. I see. That's
Auntie Matsu
odd.
kept me for hours yesterday.
So let me put it this way. I can criticize and not hate it. Like I said, I actually like the flashback. I like that whole thing. And certainly in comparison with Magus, I tend to be a little bit more lenient on games. Like I like Tears of the Kingdom, but I do think it's the weakest Zelda, but I certainly still like it. Yeah, I don't know. And keep in mind, I've heard a lot of bad stuff, and to be fair, we are super early in the story. There have been parts that but so far I've really liked the story so far. It's not atrocious. I still wish they had actually chosen a proper Japanese character to play as the main character, and instead maybe have that guy be a guy in Nobunaga's court, like as the character, and you're seeing Yasuke's introduction to what, I don't know. But so far, the story's fine.
I kept getting stung.
So far, but we're super early.
You know why we help our neighbors?
Combat, when it works, it feels good.
We are nothing.
The stealth, when it works, feels
The
good.
height of the great mountain is not made by one stone.
Yes. To the rest of the country, we Igans are different people.
Okay.
So we must come together.
This allows me to just like auto follow.
This morning,
I'm kind of okay with that.
You are a pebble now.
Some of our game experience tells us that the start can be great, like a good industrial song, but often lacks the momentum. Yes, exactly.
I know, Stuart.
Pretty cool looking. It is pretty cool looking.
You know what she will give you in the return.
Breakfast.
So, it is not for nothing. You give, and you receive. That is community.
There's a cat that you can
I
pet.
have my own work to do.
Okay, I'm gonna say
Be on your best behavior.
I will.
that is a plus in my book. You can pet the animals. You can pet the cats. I'm here for that. I'm absolutely here for that. Yeah, if they're going to walk and talk, that prevents a lot of problems with chasing diet. Absolutely, 100%.
What will it be today on?
How is it that we've... Because Assassin's Creed has been doing this for a while now, where it's like, oh yeah, you need to follow. You need to follow and you need to listen because we're going to do like dialogue. They've been doing this since Assassin's Creed 2. Why is this not been in there this entire time? That seems a little odd, but...
Weeding the turnips?
They eventually got there.
Pots? I'll find out just over the hill.
Her voice actor is a little I kind of wish there was a better voice actor for this character, but the character's not horrible so far.
Good morning, Auntie Matsu.
Smelled
Not just this franchise, it's one of those oddities, yeah.
the village, eh?
Eggplant and daikon?
Your favorite, but not ready yet.
Eggplant's delicious. Okay.
My father said you needed my help.
So. An old woman forgets.
Let me help.
Oh. Whew. These knees don't bend like they used to. It's the jewels of my land, my crops. I give them water, wish them well, and in the morning, they disappear. Something wanders my yard. Beast or spirit, I am sure.
Spirits, Auntie?
They are everywhere, you know, like gnats. Whatever it is, you will find it. I can always count on my Naoe. Observation is the first step to victory. You need higher ground to find what haunts me. Climb the old
tutorial
tower.
stuff. So
Tell me what you see.
For a bowl of your misoshiru?
Work first, then rewards. And lucky you, it will be my best one yet.
I won't let you down.
okay. I think I understand what I actually. The more that I think about it, so the game opens on Yasuke. Yasuke falling behind the Portuguese priests as they meet Nobunaga for the first time. And you see sort of like the first interaction with Nobunaga, which I think is actually wasn't horrible. I think that was actually pretty good. I think they should have started with this. I think they should have actually started with this, where it's her and the father, and you get some of the tutorial training. You're gonna go through some of the tutorial stuff with that, and then it skips to Yasuke meeting. So I don't know why they decided to do it this way instead. Maybe they just wanted to get you into the action straight away, because certainly doing the stuff with Yasuke is definitely a much stronger opening in terms of the action that you can do. But you miss out on some of the tutorial stuff. You miss out on some of this of the more nuances of particularly like how to guard and attack and all that stuff. They could have done all that here, and then you go into the fight with Nobunaga and like, oh, here's the differences between the samurai versus this kunoichi. You know, this female ninja, which, you know, would have been a good contrast. But again, this is now more like busy work. This is more just sort of exploration and doing some tutorial stuff. It's a much slower open, so I can kind of understand why they did it the other way. But now they're like, oh, well, we're not done with the stronger opening. Let's put you back to this. So I can, yeah. Oh, I don't even have to go there. Okay, I could just going up. Okay.
It's an animal. A deer?
What? So she just says it's an animal, it's a deer, but I can't see shit. Okay. Oh. I thought I'd ruined everything. I thought, oh shit, I just killed her. Oh, but that deer is dead. That's a dead animal. Dead animals. Oh, kill. Oh, somebody shot it.
It's all right.
Don't. Run off. Now what happens?
Whoever did this will pay.
Really? They're just gonna show up on the thing? Really? Just immediately. Kills fresh, they can't have gone far. That's actually okay, so this is actually a step down. This is actually a bit of a step down because in the previous games it wouldn't have just immediately gone, yeah, the poachers are over there. The game would have said, oh yeah, look at the blood trail. Look, you follow these trails and these clues and whatnot. And oh, and here they are. Here are the poachers.
Strangers. Not from Ikki. Who are you?
Who wants to know?
I do.
We are innocent survivors from battle. Starving and alone, you would turn us away?
Not with that flimsy Balkans, you won't.
We are good people. If you ask us, we will help.
You're Egans. Dirty sneaks and hermits.
That's not true.
We'll ask for help next time, if Iga still stands.
Leave! Now!
Make us. Fight me.
Ow. Oh, damn it.
It's nice to get a break.
Ow. At least the combat's working right now, which I think is great. Like I said, the combat when it works feels really good, feels nice and solid. It flows well. Ow. Keep in mind, right now I'm also playing on expert difficulty, so it is good to know that it's not just like super easy. Shit.
She's not worth it. Go, go.
Okay, defeat one of them and they both run off. Okay, that works.
And stay out of Iga!
Okay.
See, Chichue? Nothing to worry about. I handled them just fine. But it sounds like something was following them to Iga. Something big.
What? To be fair, they did. Okay, never mind. I take that back. To be fair, they did say if Iga still stands. So I mean, there's that. There is stuff. Huzzah! Okay. I mean, that works. That. Whoa. I thought I was past that. That, okay. That was a little weird. I'll count that as bug number 2. Just the random, like, I crawled over there and suddenly I zorped back to the fence and I was on top of it. So that was a little wonky.
In time.
I may have cut her off a little bit.
Beast or spirit?
Peasant Ashigaru from outside Iga. I fought them off.
Of course you did. You're a Fujibayashi.
How did they get in our village? My father says Iga is a locked door.
What matters is that you chase them off. Eat. Good for the heart and the bones.
Those soldiers, they spoke like something is coming. A battle.
You are strong. You will meet trouble with courage and a full stomach. But you must do it without me.
Why? My father said you were once a great fighter.
That is long behind me. These days, I am only good with a hocho to chop vegetables.
You busy around your garden like a honeybee. Rest.
Oh, you need to be fed, don't you? I'll do all I can before I venture up the mountain for good.
Well, as long as you're around, I will take care of you. And when you can't even use a hocho, you can live with me and my father.
A generous soul, like your mother. Oh, how proud Suyu would be to see who you are becoming. Oh, no,
my father doesn't like to talk about her.
He has his reasons. Forgive me. Eat more, huh? Miso shiru, Nagato?
They're coming.
Who?
Armies of Oda Nobunaga. His son is at our borders. Nobukatsu, ready to attack Iga. I must meet them head on. You can't let them reach the village.
So this is 2 years ago? Hold on.
It won't stop me.
What should we do, Nagato?
Stay here. Now I will protect you.
Yes, Chichiue.
Wait for me. I will return.
It's odd.
The peasant Ashigaru. They were warning.
Sit. Eat.
Let me get this straight. She did eat and she did not.
I feel useless.
Ah, that's funny.
Waiting.
She literally said just eat and she did not eat.
Observation is the key to victory. Or else we are carps on the slab.
I am no Fujibayashi, Auntie Matsu. If I was, I wouldn't have been scared. I would have gone with my father. I am an obedient coward.
No, Naoe.
Yes, I'm done waiting. I want to help. I want to fight.
So let us go. You have kept your bravery dark behind your eyes so your father does not see it. Enough hiding.
Enough hiding.
I know just where to begin. Off we go.
While sitting out of sight is key. Be mindful of the blah. I have seen that. The sound did work where I made a noise and the enemy I was trying to sneak behind saw me.
That's good. Can you hear me? Understand me?
The priest.
Now, I'll ask you politely not to run away again,
I didn't ask to be brought here, monk. And I refuse to be your prisoner.
I suppose I should expect a fiery response from someone who carries more blades than wits. You're not my prisoner. You are my charge. And it's your leg that holds you here, not me. Have you ever seen a bone pierce its way through the skin?
Oh. Compound fracture?
If you were to take another stroll on that leg, I imagine you'd see it firsthand. It is a miracle you are alive, young one.
I'm not that young.
When you get to be my age, everyone is young.
I like that.
What is your name? You will be here for some time. I might as well know what to call you.
Fujibayashi, Naoe, of Iga.
I am Sorin. The little one is Junjiro. And this place is Makinoodera, a temple. Or at least, what is left of it. War's shadow has darkened much in Setsu, as in Iga.
When you found me, did you... Is he...
I am sorry.
I like the hair stranding. The hair stranding, I'm glad I turned that on because it actually makes the hair look legitimately good. She's there for several days, depressed, won't eat.
You...
Go ahead. I won't bite.
You should eat more. Soren says you'll need your strength soon.
She doesn't seem to like to eat. Even when she was with Matzo, she didn't want to eat.
Blade, would you? I believe it's time we freed our guest from her splint.
He's strange, Junjiro.
You are hardly one to talk. You've been a ghost for weeks.
Is he afraid of me?
Should he be?
No. So long as he never poses a threat.
It must be exhausting, seeing enemies everywhere.
They are everywhere.
You should know it was Junjiro who tended to you day and night. Junjiro who kept a cross on your brow to break the fever.
Is that when he painted all those portraits?
The boy paints what he sees. Be kind to him now, eh? He's lost more than you know.
She keeps to the supermodel diet of vodka and cigarettes. Right? Wait, I thought he needed a blade.
Pain is expected, but you can walk. It will be some time before
So he's just examining.
full strength. But you can walk toward it on your feet, and maybe even help around the temple for once. What a thought.
There's the blade.
Ah, the knife. Thank you, Junjiro.
Wait, you said...
You know how my hands shake in the cold, Junjiro. I'll leave you to it.
Go on. I trust you. See?
I don't like handling knives. Are you sure I didn't hurt you?
Don't worry. I'm tougher than I look.
Really?
What's that supposed to mean?
I just meant because you're... Never mind.
Excuse me. I'm gonna have to go get some more water. That's supposed to be her?
No, wait, I was hoping...
Also, he's drawing all these calligraphy with the black. Where's the red come from?
I don't paint like that anymore.
Soren said you paint what you see. I'm sorry you had to see this.
There are lots of beautiful things too, if you know where to look. I can teach you. Let me get my brush.
Are we gonna learn calligraphy painting? That would be rather interesting.
Good to be on my feet again. Even with the ache, I wonder if I'll ever be as strong as before. I wonder if it even matters.
There's a tanuki over that way. Her name is Mikan.
Mikan?
Why don't you try sneaking up and sketching her? I feed her sometimes, even though Soren tells me not to.
Oh.
Just remember, be quiet and move slow. You don't want to startle her.
Who's the follow?
You can do it!
I'll seize the moment. I must approach carefully. I need to be quiet. Good view from here.
Pretty straightforward. Oh, he's about to take some eggs. Rocket, no. Yeah.
I mean, it looks mostly like a tanuki.
You look mostly like a tanuki.
Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that.
You're right. It's not very good. Guess I'm not much of an artist, huh?
It just takes practice, like anything. And you understand that. You play music.
Why do you think that?
There's clearly something special about the kid.
I'll show you.
Keller is more like Keller. It's more like his cousin Ricky. So yeah. Well, you're not gonna let me just follow? Is that because he's running too fast for her? That could be it.
We found this. Where we found you.
Open it.
She's technically still lame. Video game struggle session, yeah.
No.
Sort of flute thing? Is that like a piccolo? We know that Ubisoft definitely went with the meme because she does have a relationship, a non-traditional relationship, if you will. Thankfully, they skipped her hobbling around with a crutch. Yeah.
It has reminded me of something very important.
What's that?
A promise.
We're still not actually out and into the actual gameplay itself. Like, all this is still just prologue, leading up stuff. It's not bad. Like, it's not horrible. Keep in mind, she was also shot. Like, it's not just she had a broken leg. She had a broken leg. She was shot. And of course, she'd been smacked in the face by a dude with a giant-ass club. So. It's a montage. I'm sorry. I just right now it just popped in my head the that South Park gotta be a montage. For whatever reason, we're having guitars going. Okay. Cut the bamboo. Where's the bamboo? Are you bamboo? Can I cut you? That may not have been the right one. Okay, do I get a map yet? Do have a map now. Good. Okay. So that is where I am. Where I is. I don't know why. Okay. Oh, the bamboo's over there. Okay, I may have cut the wrong bamboo. Right, yeah, even has the guitar upbeat yeah. That's why I said, like, my brain immediately went to, gotta have a montage. You know, it's a little,
around. Let's see if this blade is as sharp as I remember.
Did it work? Do you feel better now that you've destroyed something? Vengeance is a lonely path now, eh? Believe me.
No, yeah. Now clean up all that mess.
Don't be mad. I really did try my best.
Did he super glue it, or does he just like randomly put the pieces together? Like how is that holding together? Yeah. Thank you.
It seems Junjiro has a knack for mending things. With a little help, of course.
But how?
Can you play something that way?
It was porcelain, right? Or some sort of like fragile like shell. Like how do you repair such a thing? That's cool that they did it, but how's that even possible? I was kind of, to be honest, I was hoping it would have been the actual, like, Assassin's Creed theme. But I get it. I get it. You know, they gotta have some sort of, you know, theme specifically for the show. And I like this. This is nice. While not structural, you can mend some things if you refire, slip with some extra materials. Okay, okay. Using slip as glue. I see. Okay, that's cool.
Thank you. I can never repay your kindness. But now, I have a different debt to settle.
And then she kills them both. And there's the Assassin's Creed thing. I just want to hear that more often.
To the home of a family friend.
And this is just an issue that I've been having with the Assassin's Creed games in general for a long time, is that they have not been relying on that theme for a while.
Family.
You know the place?
I have lived in Setsu a very long time, young one. I have heard all its stories, good and bad. To reach the farm, head north following the winding path down the mountain. But be careful, danger is everywhere. And now, remember to tend to your wounds, not only the physical ones. Your eyes are on the horizon now, but do not forget to look back, to look within.
Thank you, Junjiro.
Do you really have to go?
Take care of yourself.
I wonder what the so like I
old man.
so I put on this mode called canon mode. Basically, they take away all the options for dialogue, and it's just it plays what they wanted to have said, and I like that mode. I like that a lot. But I also wonder what options they give you to say here. Can you be an ass? Can you be friendly? Or is it one of these situations where like they let you say different things, but you're still ultimately gonna have the same outcome regardless?
I was on that mountain for so long. It feels strange to leave it.
But it would be an insane test of will and such. That was shattered, yeah. Japanese also had some pitch glues and whatnot from the pine forests that were probably more refined than that of the EU regions or the Americas. That's interesting. That's pretty cool. Tutorial. Earn XP to level up, grow stronger, and gain mastery points to acquire new skills. Yes. That's what we've been having in the Assassin's Creed games now for a little while now. Look at that. So we've got katana skills, we've got shinobi skills, and assassin skills and tools. I assume that Yasuke will have his own sort of level up tree, and that he can have different or do different things, you know, have different upgrades and whatnot. So I bet he would probably have a katana, he'd probably have a samurai and like a warrior or something like that, and then still probably have the tools as well. We passive grappling hook. Press the left bumper to launch your grappling hook, and press B to drop. I think that's what I already, mastered. Okay. So I think basically the shinobi is more stealth, which makes perfect sense. Assassin's going to be in terms of like how much damage you do for different things. So like, yeah, here's the hidden blade stuff. Here's the different assassination techniques, like the Shoji door assassination. Oh my gosh, I can't talk right now. Executioner. Increase damage on vulnerable enemies by 2%. That's cool. Okay. Tools. Let's see what we got. So we got the kunai. The quick throw. Hold the left trigger and press the right bumper to automatically throw the equipped tool at the closest enemy or object. So no aiming in that case. Smoke bombs. Interesting little stealth technique. Very nice. Okay. And tool professional. Increase damage with tools by 3%. Oh, and then we've... I see. And then level 1. And then you've got all these different things. Okay. And then this katana is obviously going to be what sort of attacks you can do. Tidal wave. An extremely fast strike, dealing 25% ability damage and making the enemy vulnerable. Press the right bumper after a dodge to launch a fast counterattack. And increase damage with melee weapons. So The ability trees seem to be split out actually pretty well. I like that. It'll be interesting to see what Yasuke can do for his. Most pitch glues were on par with many construction adhesives once cured and applied with pressure, for instance. Really? That's actually pretty cool. I didn't know that. It's very cool. So I think pitch was like basically like a resin-based glue, right? So like talking about like the pitch from the pine forests nearby. That's pretty cool. Codex. We're gonna have database, tutorials, cultural discovery, and whatnot. Katana, Daikatana, or Long Katana, and the kunai. The Ashigaru found performing. Oh, these are enemy types. Okay, so Ashigaru can be found performing a variety of roles in combat, firing ranged weapons, engaging in close combat swords with sword and spear, and investigating suspicious areas, blah, blah. They're basically like low-level guys, and you got the samurais who are more the high-level warriors, actually trained, yeah, as well as in swordplay, as well as military. Like, they're generally all around like military experts. It's like guys in the military versus just guys who are good like street fighters, you know. Boil down a pine tree sap, add in some things depending on the final type of glue. Interesting. Like some things straight pitch you could just keep as a solid block even, then heat and apply with a glue stick. Oh, that's cool. Boy Scout background, etc. Yeah. No, that's very cool. That's very cool. And then the Sumi, the paint style. Oh, that's cool. It's interesting. I like that. I like that you can go into the database and you can see that. That's actually pretty cool. So I assume that I can potentially see, find other things and paint that. That I think is actually very cool. I like that a lot. You're going to hear me saying that a lot too, because so far with the game, even though there's the issues of, that we found with the combat and bizarre stealth issues, I like the game so far. I'm not going to say it's a bad game. Like it's not horrible. I don't hate it. The question is how bugged is it going to be, and how bad is the story going to be? We saw a bit of a crap montage there, and like you say, the struggle session, and we know that they have in fact made her lame and gay, which is, you know, whatever. So we'll see how the story's going to go. We're going to see how they're going to treat Yasuke. We're going to see how all that stuff is, but I'm very interested. I'm very interested to see, and I want it to be good. I want to like the game. I do. I really do want to like the game. Torii gates, often exhibiting significant height and typically painted in an orange-blue hue, are architectural structures placed at the entrances of Shinto shrines along the pathway leading to them. Records of their utilization dates back to the 8th century. Structure. Yeah. Why can't... Oh, okay. Oh, it's... Oh my gosh. Seriously? Even in the menus. Even in the menus, you're gonna mess me up. Come on. I gotta fix this. So I'm gonna change this to off. I'm going to invert Y axis aiming, and then I'm gonna see how well that's gonna. And everything else with the controller is actually set up pretty well. But that, seriously. But then when I aim, it does it how I want it. I don't like that at all. Come on, game. It's either I have to have everything inverted, or I can have only... Which is also funny because like all their other games have handled that perfectly. They've handled the inverted aiming without having what I'm experiencing right now, which is just that you can either invert your aiming, but then the camera's still going to be a certain way. It's very odd. Okay, that's actually pretty cool that she can do that pretty much to any ledge. I like that. I like that a lot. Using shrines without permission, pissing off the Japanese government. Still ringing in my head. Yeah, I know. We covered that earlier before I actually started playing the game. Like, it is odd because, like, I don't think they did that with the like with the Christian monasteries in Valhalla. Like, they just sort of either made up names or they made up monasteries, because the map's not an exact replica of England. Whereas in this case, they used specific existing monasteries and used their proper name as well. And so basically saying that they were in fact taking therefore the legitimate, the actual legitimate IP and, of the existing building without permission, seems a little ridiculous in my mind. Like, it's one thing to say, yeah, we've taken these spots, but then not allowing you to, they've done that in other games where they've taken like specific existing locations, but I'm sure they asked for permission, and usually that didn't allow you to like destroy it. That seems a little odd. I don't know. But at the same time, it's also like, I don't know. I'm not. Yeah. Hard for me to describe how I feel, but because it's dumb that they did it that way, and they've never really done it like that before. But at the same time, it's also like not a major sticking point for me. I just find it interesting that, yeah, they are actually pissing off Japanese government. Which I still think will possibly lead to an actual legal case. In which case, they'll probably end up either changing the names, because I doubt they'll actually change the legitimate like layout of anything. What they'll end up doing, in my opinion, is that they'll probably end up changing the names, so at least it's not named the same thing. And first sync point. And it just syncs me immediately. Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm actually fine with that. That's not a bad idea. Like, why do I need to sync it like manually? I don't know. I think if it had been inside the game in such a way as to just show it versus the interactivity inside, may not have been as against the cultural considerations needed. Yeah. Haystack awaits. Yes, it does. Now, what's me to observe here? Oh, okay. That's okay. I like this. This I like. They kind of had this in one of the other Ubisoft games, and in fact, not just in the in the earlier Ubisoft games, you had to go to the eagle point or the synchronization point in order to unlock the map. Now, it seems like this hasn't necessarily unlocked the map, but it kind of does. It unlocks, like, the map is not like fully clear, right? It's only fully clear sort of like where I am here, right? But it does unlock. Oh yeah, here's viewpoints on the map now that we can see that, and it does seem. Oh, and that's where I was. Okay. And so it does seem that at least this way, when I go up here, it actually unlocks and shows new locations when I look at them. So I wonder to what extent me doing that has now brought up new unknown locations. It gives this now is actually a better reason to go to the synchronization points. Because now it fully shows off and unlocks new stuff. So that's interesting. Okay. And then Leap of Faith. Even though no assassin taught her that. But, Leap of Faith. I did actually like that. So when playing Valhalla, you don't know how to do the Leap of Faith until the assassin shows you. And so I kind of like that. Whereas in this, it's just, yeah, she's automatically leap of faithing. Now, to be fair, they have kind of done that in previous ones, particularly with Bayek and whatnot. So it kind of makes sense. It's not the end of the world. Would have been a nicety if they had like explained that properly. I do like the destructible environments, and it does seem to be somewhat accurate with like how she's swinging. I do like that. With that said, this is not the first time a game has done this. Like, okay. And why has this not been in the games prior? Like this sort of technology of being able to do this, like have destructible environments like that, this is nothing new. So there's that. And it only seems to really work with certain things like bamboo. Like this sword would absolutely do damage to this tree. I don't think it would cut it properly all the way through, but it certainly would be doing some damage. But yeah, as I say, I'm liking the game so far. It's actually pretty good. I am enjoying it. I do not dislike it. I don't hate it. Do I think it's premature to say one way or another if the game does or does not suck? Yes. Have there been some obvious red flags? Yes. Am I going to keep my judgment of this? You know. Am I going to be reserving my judgment? Let me put it that way. Yes, absolutely. But a lot of the stuff is very much like standard fare Assassin's Creed stuff, so like I would expect it to be doing well. And particularly like that weird AI situation that we saw where like the dude was like, it was essentially broken. It was a broken AI. He didn't know what he should be doing because he sees me, an enemy, right in front of him, yet he was not willing to attack unless I attacked him. And he was more interested in going back to the spot where he was supposed to be than to attack me. But then the second guy, who we lured out to attack me, he was a lot better. Like, he actually attacked me properly. So I don't know if it's that specific AI model. Because, like, I'm sure they have different AI models that use different attacks because they have different weapon types. Maybe it's just that specific AI model that's going to have the issue moving forward. So it'll be interesting to see and catalog like how things are and the different potential enemies. So yeah, I don't know, but I'm liking the game so far, and I so far do not think it sucks, but it's also too early to say 100% one way or the other. But I am gonna have to call it there, and yeah. But I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it so far. We'll see how things go as the story progresses, as the game progresses, and let's be honest, I'm curious to see if it keeps up the momentum. Like you're saying, Vaping It, like, so far it's had a decent start. We'll see if it actually keeps up that momentum and actually continues with that sort of good feeling, or if they drop the ball along the way, which is absolutely possible. So, that said, thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate you guys keeping me company while I'm experimenting with Assassin's Creed. So far, I've not actually had that many performance issues. I've been able to play it just fine. The frame rate seems pretty good. Haven't had too many crazy bugs. We'll see what happens the next time I play. And yeah, so far so good. Certainly not the worst, I'll tell you that much. So yeah. Very quickly. So I'm trying to think of like whether or not I want to add a stream or not, because I want to play this again. I want to keep playing this. So that is itself a big plus for the game, in my opinion. So the fact that I want to keep playing this is a good thing. I'm trying to think if I'll add another stream, say on Friday at some point, maybe like a Friday afternoon stream, because I have tomorrow off from work. I'm going to be hanging out with my folks for because like these last couple of days I've taken off of work because it's my parents' anniversary this weekend. So we're probably going to go bowling, and then I might come back, and then in the afternoon we'll go, I might hop onto the stream before Magus's Baldur's Gate stream, and we might play some Assassin's Creed at that point. That'll be, if anything, say about like 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. We'll play a couple hours of this and see if we can't progress a little bit further. And then Friday night will be Magus' stream starting at generally around like 8:30 Mountain Standard Time. Sunday we'll be back at that point with some Void Crew, and then Monday we will be returning to Dark Souls. So that's the plan, that's the schedule moving forward, and hopefully I can stick to it. But I do want to keep introducing, or not, keep having Assassin's Creed as part of the lineup. So we'll try and be alternating between Assassin's Creed and Dark Souls, and maybe some weeks we'll have only one Dark Souls stream and 2 or 3 Assassin's Creed streams. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah. So anyway, thank you guys so much for being here. A big thanks to everybody that has been here in the chat. On the YouTube side, we had Kami4242 and Kalila Ploy Ploy. Thank you guys for keeping me company, as well as for the lurkers. On the Twitch side, we've had a bunch of different people come in. We had Raw Dog, we had Golden Eagle, we had Big Lou TV, Maga62M, Vapinit, Generic Human. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Also, a big thank you to Maga62M and Generic Human for the raids. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really do appreciate it. And a big thanks to I Like to Open Stuff for the follow. Welcome to the Green Squadron. Oh, and of course, thank you to lurkers on Twitch. On the Rumble side, chat's been quiet, but I appreciate you guys hanging out and keeping me company. I know I see some people lurking in the chat, so really do appreciate it. I hope you guys have been liking the stream. And same thing for YouTube and Rumble. If you guys have liked the stream, please consider hitting that thumbs up button and following on there, and on the Twitch side as well. If you guys have enjoyed the stream and you're not already following, please consider hitting that follow button. If you guys would like to see when I go live, Discord is really the best place for it. I will always announce there whenever I go live, and I usually have a schedule for what I will be streaming and when I will be streaming it. So if you want to go check that out, that is the place to do it. And every once in a while, we'll chit-chat in the Discord. It's normally pretty quiet because I'm a pretty quiet guy, but every once in a while, people will stop and say things and hang out. So there is that in the Rumble chat, and here is the link in also the YouTube chat. So go check that out. Lastly, I think I went over the schedule, thanked everybody. I think that's it. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. It is late. It is right now 1:30 for me, and I need to head to bed. So I appreciate you guys keeping me company. Have a wonderful night. I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. But until then, let me just make sure I've got everything set up. There we go. But until then, this is Green Leader, signing out.